like that. Outside people do. Okay. All right, so why isn't it on? We should have.
You know how they'll have the slide in on the side that show what's up and coming? Yes, I heard. So I almost got to split my screen again. I am terrible at, That's it, man. Genius. Let's see. Okay, that's all they're seeing. Oh, cool.
I just hit that little, look like a monitor at the top.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Last time I used PowerPoint was 2005.
Oh,
so I need to get caught back up.
I know they updated it.
Do you, I have the lapel.
Okay, you ready?
Is that for you?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, you want to be able to move around.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
I'll let you put that on how you want. Some people want to run it up on their shirt. I don't really care.
Versus.
And you can even,
Yeah, whatever you think is best.
it's just a pops if you want to drop it down and do it. However you're comfortable.
I want you to do it. So drop it down over the back.
Like, I don't get paid enough for that.
Mason and I have known each other a long time.
Yeah, or you can just run.
So some people will like put it through their shirt and then have it.
So untuck, come up from the back or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. there's
Or
some
you
ways.
can just, you don't even have to have it
All right.
hidden. You can,
This is highly
You can
embarrassing.
You can just clip this on.
you
your-
can just clip it on your back and then
Yeah.
just put it on.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
It doesn't have to go in your
All
shirt.
right.
We're not on TV or anything.
No,
I mean,
sure.
we are, but we're not.
Are you going to do a video or?
I don't know. It depends on the time. I got a 3-minute trailer, but I probably won't do it.
Okay.
So we have an audio coming through HDMI at all, or we're just, this is just for the.
I really don't think I'm going to be using any sound,
Okay.
Okay.
unfortunately.
The only reason why I mentioned it too is usually you want to get the video ready, like in case it's
Well,
commercial.
It's embedded and stuff, so.
If it isn't, yeah, that's fine.
So what would be the best way to?
Clip this guy on your belt, side where it's comfortable.
Well, then that cord will just come right
Yeah,
out.
we'll just adjust it to where we got.
You know how this guy works, right?
Yeah.
Not too complicated. Hey, Sean. Go ahead.
Right here on the column.
Oh,
Oh, fine.
right where you was down.
Yeah, I liked it. It was good. We didn't have a huge turnout.
Is it on there? No, I
You'll have to tell me about your trip.
What was the main things on their, it wasn't tape, was it?
It was, we taped it, yeah. He did a track defense. We took that one. We sort of just had it and sort of elaborated on it.
down through.
Drop it.
I
Side you want. Yeah, so that, you know, once you're taking it out, plug it back in the package.
go. I really, it's on my list. Italy.
You're inappropriate. All right, here we go. Now, behind me or what?
Like in each city.
Let's see. Oh, boy, I hear myself.
Like that alone.
Okay. How's that? Sounds good.
Yeah.
Can you turn it down a few notches? In terms of octave, pitch. How you doing, Sean? Good to see you. Okay. Can you all hear me? Well, good morning. Nice to see everybody out. It's really nervous to be with you here this morning. You can hear me all right, right? I think Mason's playing a trick on me with this mic because when I see clients face to face, you know, what comes out of my mouth, what I hear is James Earl Jones. What I'm hearing now is Pee Wee Herman. So I hope we can all handle that okay. I'm Dave Cohen. I'm a therapist here in town, also an adjunct professor in the psych department, and I got my 4-year psychology degree here. And I got to say, of all the years of school I've had from kindergarten through my master's program and all the continuing education, the 4-year degree that I got here was probably the best 10 years of my academic career. So before we get started, I just want to give credit to these folks. Starting over there on the left, that's Dr. Gabor Mate, Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris. On the bottom there, that's Vince Felitti. And up there is the late, great John Bradshaw, who taught me a whole lot about shame, toxic shame, and the inner child. These folks are very dedicated to their fields. And because of them, I'm up here, and I'm also going to borrow liberally from their material. So I definitely want to cite that. So the reason I'm here today talking to you is I hope my talk explains why most of my clients say things repeatedly over and over, like, I hate myself, there's something wrong with me, I don't deserve, I'm unlovable, I'm unwanted, I'm unimportant, and so it goes. I'm flawed, all these things. I hear that a lot, and I want to talk about that today. I know I don't have much time, so what Dr. Mock is asking me to do is try to fit 50 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag. And brief isn't in my makeup. I used to turn in term papers with a table of contents. But I'm going to keep the words of Henry VIII in mind when addressing each one of his 6 wives. We won't be long. What I want to talk to you about this morning, it's a growing problem. Really, what it does, it covers our nation like a dark cloud. All developed nations, really. I prefer to call it a plague, and it's one of epidemic proportions. You'll often pass somebody with this plague and not even know they have it. You might see them in the store, at church, at work, even in the halls and classrooms of this institution of higher learning. Oftentimes, they don't know where their problem originates. All they know is they struggle. They struggle with drugs, alcohol, relationships, jobs, all kinds of things, low self-esteem, and health problems. But the worst part of this plague is that it's highly contagious. And really what it does is it passes down from one generation to the next, to the next, to the next. Now, this isn't some kind of airborne pathogen or anything, or a virus. What it is childhood trauma. And the reason I'm talking to you folks, most of you are younger, I assume, that whether you know this or not, whether you like it or not, accept it or not, but someday when you have children, if you do, you will either be part of the problem with this plague or part of the solution. So that's why I'm talking to you today. But before I really get into it, could I see a show of hands of people who have a driver's license? Okay. Can I ask you a couple questions? Yeah. What's your name? Catherine. Let me see if I can tell you how you came to get your driver's license. One day you decided you wanted to drive, so responsibly you decided you better get a driver's license. So you had a parent or a sibling or somebody drive you down to DMV, filled out some paperwork, paid the money, they gave you a temporary license, and eventually your permanent license came, right? That's how you got your license, right? Just like that. Wow. Anybody have to do anything more than that to get their license? No school or anything? Oh, what did you do in school? Ah, driver's ed. So learning the laws of the road, maybe how close to follow the vehicle in front of you, stuff like that. Did that include any skills stuff? Like, getting out in a car and driving or? Okay. And anything else? Did you have to take a test or drive with one of those state inspectors or anything? Boy, I did. Whew. Okay. Great. So would you agree that that's reasonable to have to take classes like that to get your license? Yeah, I mean, after all, you're getting behind the wheel of something that's potentially lethal. You might want to have some skills, right? Excellent. Thanks, Catherine. Can I show, Dr. Christiansen, can I pick on you for a minute? Because I know you got kids. Okay. So what I'm getting from Catherine is that she had to do a lot of classes and stuff. So I assume that when you were in high school, you probably, took about 2 years of parenting classes? No? Well, surely a year. No. Wow, interesting. Can I ask what kind of institution, facility you had your children in? Like a hospital or what? Thank goodness. I didn't want you to say at home, in my living room, or in a pool. Like, in my day, people did stuff like that. So you're telling me that walking into the hospital and going to the maternity ward, there were no signs posted or anything that said no certificate, no birth? Nothing like that. You didn't have to have any kind of qualification to have kids, other than I know your education and everything. That's interesting to me. They make you do all this stuff to drive, but not to have kids. A kid that potentially you've got their whole life in their hands. What about on the way out? What about on the way out? They give you a big, thick manual, like raising kids from 0 to 18 and beyond, or anything like that? Gosh. I've raised 8 kids. And that means a lot of toys to put together, right? And each one of those toys had instructions, but no instructions for the kid. That's really interesting. Okay, thanks, guys. So about 20 years ago, I was talking to a friend of mine. He just got done reading this book. I think it was called The Parent-Teen Connection. And he was telling me about it, but I'll never forget what he said towards the end of that conversation. He said the book, really what it says is, Dave, is that parenting, the main job with parenting is preparing your kids to leave the nest. And I would add to that, to leave the nest in a manner in which they could thrive, and do well in an ever-changing, fast-paced world. And I like that. And so does Dr. Darcia Narvaez she's a professor of psychology emeritus, as you see, Notre Dame. This woman has written like 20 books on the subject, all kinds of journal articles. She's amazing. And she uses the analogy of a nest also. What she does is she compares parenting and childhood over a long period of time in history, not just the short time in which we've been raising kids the way we do. And some of the factors that she says are required in the nest, and these aren't in chronological order, but teaching your kids how to let go of stuff and not hold on to grudges and stuff like that. She says that's really important. Self-directed play, not micromanage them, the kid. And she also believes that kids at different ages should play together. That's what she saw in ancient times or old times. Of course, lots of touch, good idea. Sociality, so getting the kids, to talk and everything, and talk with people so they can emotionally and personally grow. Something that we don't do a lot of anymore. Breastfeeding on demand, connection to nature, that's a good idea. And, that the baby is welcomed, that's a good idea. And, you can't have enough vision quests in your life. And it takes more than a couple of parents to raise a kid. Good support system around them is very helpful. So it really presents a challenge for a single parent, as I've seen in my work. And that's what she says. And she says without those things, humans tend to become self-centered. And so here's some of the problems that we see. Social opposition. We also see social withdrawal. And this is interesting. We got smartphones now, and we have, all this social media stuff. We're so connected. We're so tied in, yet we're the loneliest society in history. We lack the optimal stuff upstairs in the brain. We're going to talk about this a little bit later. Stress response we're going to discuss, not too much about the vagus nerve, but neurotransmitters and the immune system. These are all things that lack, and she says it's the sure path to unhappiness. So I like Erik Erikson's model of psychosocial stages. Unlike Freud, the psychosexual stages stuff that kind of stopped in adolescence, Erikson's last throughout the lifetime, his stages of change. He used the term epigenetics. Now, when we use it nowadays, really what we're talking about is hiding and unhiding genes. But what he meant by that back in the day was these changes are step by step by step, and each stage is dependent on the ones that came before it. I'm not going to go into this too much, but to use a mathematical analogy, before we can work a problem like this, not me, you guys, we first have to, count numbers, learn to add, get into some linear equations, and progressively work up till we can finally do something like this. And that's what Erikson's kind of talking about. Now, the point I want to make with this, I want to just show you here, that the first few stages of this lifetime thing is when we're in the nest. And so it's very important, according to Erikson, to get some of this stuff. If we don't, well, simply put, we're going to be messed up later in life. And then when we get to the final stage, we got to adjust this a little bit for lifespan. I'm 66. I don't consider myself in old age yet, I hope. Maybe I'm in denial. But we look back at our life, and how do we look back at it? I would like to add one thing. I heard something said one time that nobody on their deathbed says, I wish I would have spent more time at the office. So, I had Dr. Mock pass these out. What I would like you to do, if you would, is fill it out anonymously and leave it maybe somewhere. You don't have to, but it helps me because I'm collecting data. But this is a measure of how much adverse childhood experiences somebody has had. And it's helpful for people like me, and I hope all therapists use this. I give it to every person that comes in my office or I do an evaluation with, and it gives me somewhat of an idea how much trauma they had in childhood. And so it kind of helps to drive the treatment. Now, there's some limitations to this I'm going to talk about later, but it's a very important instrument. And I want to talk a little bit about the origins of this. So back in the 80s, this man, Dr. Vincent Felitti, Kaiser Permanente Hospital, San Diego, he and some associates developed a weight loss program for grossly obese women. And I'm talking about women north of 400 pounds. And they did this, of course, for obvious reasons. And so this was a pilot study, and they brought in as many women as they could to this. And as you can imagine, there was a high dropout rate. But he talks about this one case study of this one particular woman who came into the program weighing over 400 pounds. And at 51 weeks, less than a year, she was down to 132 pounds. Now that to me seems a little radical, but who am I? But they got her down to this weight, And they really, I'm sure they were high-fiving each other. They really felt like they had something here. But as she continued to come back in for her follow-ups, that part of the program, they saw that she was steadily gaining her weight back. But she always maintained that she was following the protocols to fidelity. But yet she still kept gaining weight. Well, one time down the road, she said something kind of weird. She goes, Doc, I'm bugged about something. There's a mystery going on here because I live in my apartment by myself, but sometimes I'll get up in the morning, all the food's gone. And she's still continuing to gain weight until, unfortunately, she went back to her original weight. And as they talked to her more, she revealed something. She revealed that back when she was at her, what we call in the pigeon lab, running weight, a gentleman at work, gentleman's a loose term, a man at work came up to her desk and said, "Hey, baby, you're looking really nice. How about you and me hook up?" And it triggered something. And as it turned out, when she was a child, she was severely and repeatedly raped. So that weight, of course, it was a protective factor. No man will want me if I'm that heavy. And that's when Dr. Felides started getting the idea that childhood trauma is linked into what happens to us later in life. And so he had the occasion to talk about his hypothesis to this gentleman, Dr. Robert Anda of the CDC, and they agreed there was some significance here, so they got funding, and they launched this great, big, huge research project at Kaiser Permanente in San Diego. And I want to talk about that a little bit. Some of the highlights from the study, they were hoping to get 22,000 participants, kind of like I was today. But they ended up with about 17,500. Still not too bad, right? Now, most of these people were Caucasian, unfortunately. It would have been nice to have a bigger representation. They were middle to upper middle class. They had at least a high school diploma, but most of them had college degrees or even higher. And so the point here with this is that they weren't in a lower socioeconomic stratum where you might expect more health problems and other problems to exist. And this became a key factor in their study. So they would bring these people in, meticulously interview them, and take a very thorough psychosocial history. They would take this ACE questionnaire, and then they would carefully take those records and cross-reference them with their health records. And what I didn't put on this slide was the average age, the mean age was 57 of the participants, some younger, some older. But that was the mean age. And they found some very startling results with this. It was a multi-phase study. The first thing that they saw was dose-dependent. In other words, the higher the ACE score, the more problems. But also, 67% of these people, that's 2 out of 3 of these participants scored at least a 1 on the ACEs. Now, you might think a 1 out of 10, that's not so much. But what if they answered yes to question 3? Roughly stated, were you sexually abused, like the woman we saw? Well, we all know that sexual abuse in childhood can have lifelong effects on a person. So that's big, even if you answered that one. Well, question 2 as well. Basically, what this is asking is, did you have a connection with your family, with your caregivers? And if you didn't, well, we're going to talk about what happens when you don't. So even a 1 on this could have significance. Just a side note, my score was a 6. Most of my clients are even higher than that. Well, 1 and 8 scored at least a 4 on that ACE. And so what does that mean? What do these scores mean? Well, a 4 or higher means that you have a 2.5 times greater likelihood of developing chronic lung disease or hepatitis over those who scored a 0. 4 times greater likelihood of depression, and 12 times more likely to complete suicide. Along with that, you're more likely to smoke cigarettes, abuse alcohol and drugs, have promiscuous sex, and engage in other high-risk behaviors. And difficulty with relationships and intimacy, and last but not least, a lot of health problems, particularly cancer, heart disease, and a lot of stuff going on. Well, you think, okay, risky behaviors, what do you expect? You know, you're smoking, drinking, carousing, you know, all that stuff. Of course you're going to have problems with health and everything. But this is where science steps in. And you know, over the last few decades, with the ability we have now to see into the human brain, science tells us a lot. We know that constant exposure to adverse childhood trauma adversely affects the development of the brain and body in young children. Very severely affects the brain and body. Areas that it affects, a few, the nucleus accumbens, the part of the brain that's responsible for pleasure reward. And of course, that's highly correlative to substance dependence. The prefrontal cortex, I mean, you know, the bus driver, the executive functioning part of the brain that's responsible for impulse control and very critical for learning. Take a side note for a second. Let's say you're a third grade teacher and you observe a student in your class that has trouble controlling their impulses. You know, they're all over the place and they have trouble learning. What might you think is wrong with them? What kind of diagnosis would you give them? Any guesses? Yeah, ADD, ADHD, right? Well, oftentimes it's misdiagnosed, too often, because oftentimes what it is there's a lot of bad stuff going on at home, and it mimics what ADHD looks like. And also, the amygdala is all out of whack. We're going to talk about that a little bit later here. So the point is there's neurological reasons why people engage in risky behavior. All right. So then what if then they don't engage in risky behavior? No drugs, no sex, none of that stuff. I have clients like that. Very high ACE score, but they've never done drugs or alcohol, and they've never had sex. And, you know, and they're in their 30s. What then? Well, we know that they're still more likely to develop cancer, heart disease, and other health problems. And here's why. It has to do with the brain and body's stress response system and having it become overactivated. So, you know, the way it works, and we're going to get back to the amygdala, but when we sense danger in the environment, the amygdala sends a signal to the adrenal gland, and it pumps out all kinds of hormones, mainly norepinephrine, cortisol, and adrenaline. By the way, norepinephrine and cortisol are highly implicated in heart disease and strokes. So it pumps this stuff out, and as a result, you know, our heart rate increases, our blood vessels dilate, pump more blood to the muscles and whatnot. Our pupils dilate. And so, yeah, we're getting into a state of fight, flight, or freeze. So I found out today when I came in here that my fight, flight, or freeze system's working really well. But mine wanted to take off and get out of here, you know, run, Forrest, run. But this is a good system. It's a good system to have. If you're a soldier in combat, or if you have to be taking a hike in northern Montana and you run across a grizzly bear, good to have that working for you. But what happens to a young person in their developing brains and bodies when the grizzly bear comes home every night? The result is it's overactivated, and therein lies the problem. So their system's overactivated, and as a result, what we see here is taking something that's adaptive and potentially life-saving and turning it into something that's maladaptive and health-damaging. Because the brain and body of children are just beginning to develop, well, they're far more prone to the negative effects of this stress response system. And also, if it's not bad enough, it severely affects their immune system. And that answers the question of why later in life they have immune deficiencies and things like that. So again, I mentioned that the ACE has a couple little limitations, or it's not thorough enough, I've learned. And so there's some other problems associated with a high ACE score. Now, I used to give this score, or I'd ask somebody about their childhood when I did a psychosocial history on them. And a lot of times what I'd get is, yeah, I had a pretty good childhood. And I used to take that at face value, but I've learned over time, you don't stop there, you dig deeper. And so they might think they had a good childhood, but actually it really isn't as good as they thought it was. So one thing that happens is they often lack a healthy connection to caregivers. Yeah, that's kind of alluded to in question 2. But so here's how it works if you're not aware of this. We're hardwired as humans, as mammals, to connect with our caregiver. We have to. And part of that connection we have with them, we idealize them. Even if they're schmucks, we idealize with them. In other words, my mom is the prettiest woman in the world. She plays piano better than anybody. My dad is handsome and he can beat up any other dad on this block. We do this. We look up to them. We have to. It's part of our makeup. So, parents bring in baggage into the relationship. They start dumping it on us. They yell at us, insult us, put us down. What do we do with that? Well, as a little kid, we don't say, man, my parents are messed up. We can't do that. We got to have that connection. What do? We put it on ourselves. We attribute it to us, and that's where we start developing shame, low self-esteem, lack of confidence, and so on. And it doesn't stop with just toxic shame. In time, what happens to us is we become shame-based. Everything we see in life, people, everything, is through the lens of shame. And that's a horrible place to be, I promise you. Brene Brown talks about shame shields. And there's 3 that she talks about, and you could use one of these or any of them. The first one being isolation. So oftentimes people with toxic shame, they keep to themselves. Why? Because if I'm alone, no one will criticize me, and I won't feel shame. Or, and this is what I see most often in my practice, they become people pleasers. And what I'm talking about is they put everybody else's needs in front of theirs. They will go out of their way to please people. And you know what? That doesn't really work. People take it for granted. They despise you. All kinds of negative stuff happens. But the attempt here is, if I make everybody happy, they won't criticize me, and I won't feel shame. Well, I work with domestic violence. I do groups. I've done them for years and years and years. And I do a lot of evaluations. With domestic violence offenders, oftentimes what they do with shame is they aggress. They fight back. So I want to tell you about a couple of these instances, how important connection is and what happens when we don't get it. So on the right, we're looking here at the Harlow experiments. These were done in the 50s and early 60s. Let me tell you, if they tried to file an IRB today, it would not pass the scrutiny of a review board. But back then, they didn't have to worry about it. Very unethical in today's standards. What Harlow and Associates did is they took these baby monkeys, they separated them from the mother, and then they starved them. So they were food deprived. And once that was done, they put them in some kind of a box where they were given one of 2 choices. The one on the left is this wire cage that somehow resembles a mother monkey, and this one on the left has the ability to feed the baby monkey. Now, the one on the right doesn't have that ability. It's wrapped in this cloth, and the face, it looks more like a mother monkey. And that's where the baby monkey would go, even when hungry. They would go to the one that they can connect with. Well, we look at these orphanages in Eastern Europe. particularly Romania. So back in the day, until about 89, it was a dictatorship, and the man and his wife that were the dictators were the Ceausescus. And I'm sorry if I butchered that name. But abortion was prohibited. And the country was in a high state of poverty. So all these babies were being pumped out, but the families could not support them, so they put them in these orphanages that were understaffed, under-budgeted, and it was all the caregivers, if you want to call them that, could do is change their diaper once in a while and feed them. But other than that, there was no connection at all with these kids. And as a result, people in the United States, Britain, and other developed countries would adopt these kids. They'd come over to the country, but oftentimes, most often, they would have to send them back because they were so emotionally damaged that these adoptive parents were afraid that they would mess up their biological family. So this connection thing is extremely important. Okay, so back in 1957, this was referred to as a snapshot. 1957, just give me a second here. I want to take a trip down memory lane. In 1957, there was a new model of a restaurant came out called McDonald's. Their menu was simple: hamburger with cheese, French fries, soft drink, or milkshake, chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry. If you ordered a milkshake, you got real ice cream, none of this chemical crap. What McDonald's did was allow a family of 5 or even 6, for $3 to go eat. Also back then, cars, they were about the size of modern-day motorhomes, and they were gas guzzlers. But not any of this wussy, unleaded stuff that we have. No, it was leaded gas. And you were lucky to get 12 miles to the gallon out of your car. But it didn't matter back then because gas was about 25 cents a gallon, and they had gas wars. So oftentimes the price of gas would go down. You could fill your car for about $4.50. In 57, it was still common that in a family there was one breadwinner, typically the husband, and his wife, the housewife, not the homemaker, would stay home and raise the kids. They would do all that kind of domestic stuff, including shopping. And back then, you could fill a shopping cart for about $20 with groceries. Then on the way out, you could get green stamps, blue chip stamps. You could go home, put them in these booklets, and when you had enough booklets, you could send away for an iron or skillet or what have you. What else is going on back then? The Boston Celtics and the New York Yankees, they were just juggernauts in their respective sports, winning title after title after title. And it would be 4 months after this picture was taken until the first man-made object was launched into space. That was Sputnik on October 4th of that year. The good old days. Well, social psychologists debunk the good old days. They say it's a myth. But for this kid, it was the good old days. And they weren't going to last much longer. Here he is, pictured with his favorite stuffed animal, Brownie. At this time, he was full of wonderment, curiosity. Favorite activity was going to Hillcrest Park to either feed or chase the ducks. One day, he got bit in the knee by a duck. He was an innocent kid, but he was the product of 2 parents that came into a loveless marriage with more than their fair share of baggage, all kinds of stuff. Guilt, shame, failure, all kinds of things. And among them, they smoked cigarettes and they were alcoholics. Now, his mother did not stop smoking or drinking while she was pregnant with the only child that she would ever have. And as a result, he was born 2 months early, weighed 4 pounds, 14 ounces. His mom, she was an overachiever. I mean, an overachiever. At 12, she was the church organist, valedictorian in high school and college. She got her master's degree in education in the 40s, which was kind of uncommon for a woman. And she was invited back to her university to get her doctorate, but she declined on that. Everything she did in life, she looked at everything as a challenge that you get an A in. And that's great for some people maybe, but the problem is she took that kind of almost unachievable baggage and she gave it to her kid. In other words, he could read second grade level and do second grade level math before he even started kindergarten. And she continued over his school years to push him to do more and more and more. And he started learning that his worth was based on his academic status. He started learning other stuff too, like conditional love. His father was an underachiever. Went from job to job to job, felt like life passed him by, all this stuff. But he had his own way to shame the kid and guilt the kid. And this kid has little memory of his dad when he was young because his dad was gone a lot of the time. Saturdays, 27 holes of golf with some martinis. He would drink more martinis when he got home. Sundays, yard work. And during the week, he would come home from work, go right to the kitchen table, and in solitary, have his pity party. The only companions being Calvert whiskey, Canada Dry ginger ale, and some barbecued potato chips. So there wasn't a lot of time left for this kid. Now, in the third grade, his status at the top of the class, or whatever his mom hoped for, started to wane, and his grades tanked. And of course, everybody looked at him. What's wrong with him? Coincidentally, at the same time, his father's drinking escalated, and so does his emotional abuse. So even while he was being shamed for his grades dropping, a lot of more stuff was happening at home. And some of the arguments, some of the things his dad said to his mother were so ugly, so unspeakable, that 6 decades later, he can still recite them verbatim. And so a lot of this stuff was starting to go on in the home. When his parents weren't arguing, they weren't speaking, etc. And still the shame and guilt came. Inevitably, his parents divorced when he was 12. He'd already been smoking a year at that time. And the relationship he had with his mom, now being the two of them alone, intensified. She'd always had activities to do to keep him close to her. She would sometimes discourage him or even guilt him for wanting to see his friends. But now that ramped up. And he remembers one time when he's 11, when his mom said to him, "You're getting hair on your legs like your dad," or like a man. And he remembers being creeped out when he'd turn around and she was staring at him in kind of a strange way. He felt icky. A lot of this stuff was starting to go on, and as time went on, it got worse. She became more emotionally dependent on him. She told him stuff that no kid should need to know. She brought him into stuff that it's none of a kid's business. But she did that to him. And at the age of 20, when he was 20, his mom died. She left, but not the shame and guilt and all the other stuff, the inferiority complex, all that other stuff. Well, it would be decades later that this man, in doing some studying, his whole world was rocked and shaken when he found out that what had happened, not too long after this, actually, because his mom and his dad did not get along, they were not connected in any way, he was the surrogate husband. And she depended on him to be in that role, unknowing to him, but that's exactly what had happened. We have a term for that. We call it covert incest. Now, it's usually not sexual, but it definitely is in an enmeshed relationship that is not healthy. And as a result of that, he had to rethink who his mom was, because she wasn't who he thought she was. And it was painful. It was a painful process. But at least he started to understand some of the ways that he acted were justified. And so, I wish I could go back to my younger self. Wish I could go back and be with him. But of course I can't. I wish I could go back and tell him everything was going to be okay, but it wouldn't be. I wish I could just sit with him because he didn't have anybody to talk to. He had to hold all this stuff in himself. So for him and the millions of others like him and the millions of others that are yet to be born with problems like this, I'd like to dedicate a Christopher Morley poem to him if I could. It's called The Poem of a Child. See if I can remember it. The greatest poem ever known is one all poets have outgrown. The poetry innate, untold, of being only 4 years old. Still young enough to be a part of nature's great impulsive heart, companion to bird, beast, and tree, and unself-conscious as the bee. And yet, with lovely reason skilled, each day new paradise to build. A late explorer of each sense, without dismay, without pretense. And in your unstained, transparent eyes, there is no conscience, no surprise. Life's odd conundrums you accept, your strange divinity still kept. And being now absorbs you all. Harmonious unit, integral, will soon shred into perplexing bits. Oh, contradiction of the wits. And life that holds all thing in rhyme might find you poet too in time. And there were days, O tender elf, when you were poetry itself. I'm looking at the time. I think I have a few minutes I didn't think I'd have. What I'd like to do is I'd like to play this trailer for you. And this is why I want to play it for you. Because this Monday night coming up right here, I'm going to be showing this Gabor Mate film, Wisdom of Trauma. I guess I don't have a lot of time. Well, I'm going to skip it. But I would ask you all to just go sometime today. It's 3 minutes and 21 seconds long. Type in wisdomoftrauma.com and you can watch this trailer. But I'd really like you to come and see this Monday night. Yeah, I know it's short notice, and I know it's Monday Night Football and all that stuff. DVR it or miss it, and I'll tell you why you should be here. If you had childhood trauma yourself, which some of my students have, you're going to find this film validating and, in a sense, cleansing. And I doubt that you'll be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Now, if you didn't have childhood trauma, it still shows you the profound and negative effects childhood trauma has on somebody. So I would really like to see you here. It's from 7 to 9 here, and we'll do a little bit of discussion and stuff, but it's just an amazing film. The more I get to know this man, the more I love him. He's just an amazing guy. So I'll skip over this, but I just want to kind of say in conclusion what you're going to do. And let me read just a short passage out of this awesome book, The Butterfly Effect by Andy Andrews. Okay. Let's see, find my glasses. Maybe I won't. All right. So in 1963, get situated. In 1963, Edward Lorenz presented a hypothesis to the New York Academy of Science. His theory stated simply was that a butterfly could flap its wings and set molecules of air in motion, which would move other molecules of air, in turn moving more molecules of air, eventually capable of starting a hurricane on the other side of the planet. Now, Lorenz and his ideas were literally laughed out of the conference. What he proposed was ridiculous. It was preposterous, but fascinating. Therefore, because of the idea's charm and intrigue, the so-called butterfly effect became a staple of science fiction, remaining for decades a combination of myth and legend, spread only by comic books and bad movies. And I laugh because I know the movie he's talking about. So, imagine the scientific community's shock and surprise when, more than 30 years after the possibility was introduced, physics professors working from colleges and universities worldwide came to the conclusion that the butterfly effect was authentic, accurate, and viable. Soon after, it was accorded the status of a law. It was known as the law of sensitive dependence upon limited initial conditions. And this principle has proven to be a force encompassing more than mere butterfly wings. I'm going to conclude now. Excuse me. In the song Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin, Robert Plant sings, yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. That's not true. Because for most people, most of the time, those things, those changes, they don't happen. They're going to happen someday, but they don't happen. And so what about you? What path will you be the flapping of your wings find you going down? If it's the wrong path, the hurricane that results will be devastating to your children. The choice you make is entirely up to you. But as you can see here, there's no middle road. Either you take the right one or the wrong one. It's one or the other. Please, so whatever it takes, make the right choice and take the road less traveled. Thanks. Thanks for your time.
All right, we'll have a reset. Less than 10 minutes, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Still have it on. You want to use your own laptop? I know.
Thanks, Jim.
Yep, we'll see you after. Right, however you want to do it. Do we have the, oh, you have it, yeah. You know. You know. Just gonna use our laptop too. Oh, you even brought slides. Yeah. Almost like you never know.
How'd you like to You know that picture of me, that kid picture? My son, he said it probably cost me
Right. Yes, so I don't know what that feed works for me. feel bad for anyone in the hall. They're going to be required to come in now. Sorry. Good to go? Okay. Didn't find any poor souls. All right. Good morning. My name is Dr. Kat Green. I'm a clinical child psychologist. I'm not that exciting of a person. I did my PhD at BYU, and then I did a postdoc at Texas Children's Hospital in Houston. I actually taught at BYU for several years, and then we're at SU. My husband is also an academic because, like, one nerd wasn't enough. And the fun things about dual placement, so he took a position here, and then I have a small private practice here. So that's me. I'm going to be talking today, kids are not miniature adults. That's like an awesome headline that we should all know about. But before we get started, I want to get a sense of, I'm guessing mostly undergrads. How many of you are undergrads at SUU? Okay, how many like elementary ed majors? Family life, human development, okay, early childhood, a few, okay, majors that I missed. What majors are? Occupational therapy, okay. Social work, very nice. Okay, so I'm going to be talking more towards younger kids. I do most of my work, especially in this realm. I do a lot of work with OCD across the lifespan, but most of the rest of my work kind of focuses on kids before they hit the teenage years. For those of you who do teenagers, you can have them all. So first I kind of want to talk about setting the stage. So what are the this is also like the biggest screen I've ever seen in my life. But the good thing is I don't block it when I walk around because I'm only 3 feet tall. Common causes of conflict between younger kids and parents, or teachers, occupational therapists, any other kind of adult authority figures. What are some of the common causes of conflict with elementary and preschool kids? You're like, oh no, this is interactive. Yeah, they can be seen as rowdy, right? Generally obnoxious behaviors. Kids make all sorts of noises, not always for a reason. Yeah. Trying to get them to clean up. So doing obnoxious things and not doing things you want them to. That's pretty much it, right? Those are the primary reasons we see a lot of conflict between younger kids and parents or adult figures. How many of you guys have kids? Okay, a few. So I want to talk about the reason that I choose this title when I talk to groups. Kids are not miniature adults. So when we talk about learning, right, we learn new things through neural pathways. How many of you guys have heard of neurons? Brains, they're helpful things. So the neural pathways, the white matter tracks in your brain are actually made stronger when you practice something and weaker when you don't. Does this sound familiar? Any of you guys play an instrument? Learn a second language? Yeah, so you guys have learned new skills. Even if you haven't done those things, at some point you learned how to walk and talk, you just don't remember. That happened because the brain tried out a new behavior and it said, okay, what's going to happen here, right? I've got a son who's 11 months old, and he's going to be a handful, right? He's trying to figure out the whole walking thing, and he tries a step, and then his brain gives him the feedback of like, oh, that worked, and we clap, and we're all excited, so he tries again. So over time, every time you practice something, a neural pathway actually gets stronger. Brain sends something out and says, okay, what comes back from the environment here? You guys have something very cool called frontal lobes. What are your frontal lobes? I like the gesturing, right? Perfect, thank you, right? It's a part of your brain, your prefrontal cortex, right behind your eyes. It is the last thing to grow in your brain, and it's super helpful. It's your executive center. It does all the filtering. So for you guys, your environmental response and whether or not a neural pathway grows is not just the environment, but your frontal lobes giving internal feedback and also kind of evaluating that response. So, for example, if Professor Mock was walking down campus, he passed me, he waves, his brain says, okay, let's try this behavior of waving and smiling. And I wave and smile back. He goes, okay, that was good. That was a friendly thing. I like that. That worked out. So that neural pathway gets stronger. Next time, what is he going to do? He's going to wave and smile. Thank you. Okay, let's say he's walking down campus, right? He passes me again, and I growl at him when he waves. His brain's going to go, that was weird, right? Like, that was unusual. I don't know what to do with that. So even though it was an environmental response, his frontal lobes capture that and say, okay, wait, what do I want to do with this? Do I want to make that neural pathway stronger? He might give me a few more times. But if I growl every time, what's going to happen? He's going to stop waving, right? Because his frontal lobes are like, that behavior's weird and I don't like it. So I'm not going to do it anymore. Frontal lobes, we like them. They're really effective, and they're really, really, really important in learning. Here's the thing. Kids, they don't have frontal lobes. When do your frontal lobes finish developing? They haven't. 22 to 24. Women, you've got a little bit of a leg up, right? That's a long time. Really, they don't start getting going as we hit puberty and we get into teenage years. They start really picking up steam. But they really don't start growing in until that kind of teenage time. They're little. The young kids, they don't have good functioning frontal lobes. So what happens is there's no filter. There's no way for them to take an environmental response and say, what do I want to do with this? Do I want to strengthen something, or do I want to let that pathway die? Instead, and this is if someone ever has the misfortune to be trapped in an elevator with me or something, this is my 30-second elevator speech. For kids, anything that gets attention will increase, because what happens is they put out a behavior, their brain says, hey, try this. And then they see what happens. They are almost completely dependent on the environmental response for the brain to say, oh, that was important. They don't get the opportunity to say, was that important? I did get a response, but did I like it or not? Do I sort through? Nope. They do something, and they wait to see if it's important, right? So they're throwing a tantrum. Their brain is saying, your world is on fire. And so they say, okay, what's going to happen? And if we come running with hoses, right, their brain goes, oh my gosh, that was important. I'm going to do that again. What's the obvious downside of this? There is none. Perfect. Attention to things that we don't want to see more of. That's what we always think. When I'm working with parents, this is my life. When I work, working with kids, if you're a child psychologist, when you say working with kids, you mean working with parents. If you're doing good evidence-based work, if you're working with ADHD or tantrums or even anxiety with young kids, you're working with their parents. And so parents immediately are like, oh, I know, I get it. We'll get there, but let's talk first about some other kind of pieces here. So handling kind of conflict, our best option is to head it off. But for most normal humans, what kind of kids' behaviors kind of kick off conflict? Things like rowdy, not following, refusal, whining. And what do we do when they're doing those things? Yeah, if we're like, hey, clean your room, and they're like, my life is so hard, it will take forever. What do? We punish or we lecture them. That's often what before we get to punishment, we're like, okay, we talk about this, Johnny, and yes, I use Johnny. I'm sorry if that's your name. That's just what I use all the time for my example. That does happen occasionally where someone's like, just so you know, you use me an example all the time. I'm like, yeah, that happens, right? Or if they're being rowdy, we say, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, right? So one of the things we need to think about is, what do we want to see instead? If he's being rowdy, what do you want to see instead? Good behavior, like what? Cleaning their room, compliance, right? Listening the first time, following instructions. One of the hardest things kind of to do to use our attention well is to think about what we call them positive opposites. Because we know that we want them to stop. But what we're trying to do from a neurological learning perspective is make it easier for them to replicate a behavior, to do it again. How many of you guys have professors? How many of you have turned in a big assignment and it's taken forever to get any feedback back? I've totally been guilty of that as the professor, right? It takes forever, and so do you, like, in your perspective, how important is it to them? Not very. Really, it's because they have 100,000 students. But the longer it takes to get feedback back, it's like, it must not have been that big deal. What if you turn in a project and your professor sends feedback the next day? Important or not important? You're like, oh yeah, that was important. So you spend hours and hours and hours on this paper, you get it back, and it's like, good job. That feels good, right? And then they say, okay, I want another paper. Do any of you feel like, okay, what exactly did you like about that paper? That first one, right? The more specific we are in what we want to see, the easier it is to replicate. This is what we all expect, right? If you guys submit something, you want feedback that's specific. So the next paper, if your professor's like, oh my gosh, I love what you did with this table and how you connected it to your thesis, you can bet in your next paper, you're gonna have that table and you're gonna connect it to the thesis. So the more specific the behavior you're targeting, I also love, there's this squeak right here every time I move. Every time you see it, every time you see the feedback, you'll be able to replicate it. So being rowdy, we often talk about stop, and he's gonna be able to stop for like 1 second, but his brain needs an alternative. There has to be something else to do, or else what's gonna happen? He's gonna go back to it, right? And this is my favorite, it's like stop jumping. Okay. So Johnny stops jumping, and 30 seconds later, he's skipping, or he's hopping, or he's like just running around like a wild man. And you're like, I told you to stop. He said, you said stop jumping. So it also helps head off this like back and forth. There's a million other things that he could do that are not what you wanted to see, but are technically not jumping. What do you want to see instead? Stay still, keep your feet on the ground, right? Keep your feet on the ground, calm body, as long as you're doing a lot of rehearsal about what that means in your house. They have to know what you're asking for. You have to be building an opposite for them to do. So when we talk about the term for this is called differential attention. We often talk about like, oh, we give attention to things we shouldn't give attention to. Yes, but we often miss that adult attention is one of the most powerful things you can use to shape a new behavior, build a new path for them. So the first thing, and I have it as tip 1A and tip 1B because you have to use them together, but turn up the attention to the things you want to see more of. So in research, we're often wanting to shoot for outcomes. We want 3 forms of attention to a positive behavior for every 1 command or correction that you give. When I ask groups of parents, like, how many commands do you give in the morning? I usually get a response like 500, and then I introduce this, and I'm like, now you have to do the math. I usually lowball like 10. Let's say you give them 10 commands in the morning. How many forms of attention should you be giving then to positive behaviors? If you give 10 commands, 30, right? It's a lot. What this requires is a lot of kind of front-loaded work. And parents are like, oh my gosh, that sounds exhausting. And I'm like, it is, but to be honest, you're exhausted anyway, it's just on the back end. We're just gonna shift that up so that longer term, you're not gonna have to repeat as many commands. You're not gonna have to give as many of those positive praises to things. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with child-directed interaction, but I'll use some of this language with parents. So if I've got Johnny and I'm like, all right, I need you to get your shoes on. I will just narrate like a commentator. Don't do this with teens, they think you're weird. But with a little kid, right, I say, all right, Johnny, it's time to get your shoes on. He starts walking over, I'm like, wow, look at those walking feet, 1 shoe on, 2 shoes on. That was 3 positive attention kind of moments to 1 command. So it's not like you have to be like, thank you for this, thank you for this, thank you for this. Just let them know, keep that spotlight on them when they're doing anything positive. They'll feel like a rock star. You will be shocked at what you can praise kids into doing, right? When I work with anxiety disorders, I ask kids to do really hard stuff, and I've been shocked at what I can praise them into doing. They don't need points, they don't need marbles. When I was in the hospital, we visited every bathroom in that entire hospital to work on different fears. right? Often it was like the automatic toilet flushes. That was like the worst invention ever for parents of young children. And so we'd go through and I was just shocked, be like, oh, look at that, we're walking in, we're walking out, like brave behaviors, anything I saw, you're just narrating it. They feel amazing, right? So having that spotlight on them, you're gonna increase those neural pathways for following instructions, listening the first time, right? Engaging in brave behaviors, whatever it is. You want it to be specific to what they're doing. Again, you want to build that pathway. In any one moment, it's not about whether or not they do it in that moment. It's about, are you making it easier for them to do it next time? Are you building a pathway of compliance? Because it takes time and time and time again. You want it to be immediate. We talked some about this. The feedback, if they get it the next day, that's like, hey, good job yesterday. You're not going to be, they'll feel good, but you're not actually contributing to their learning of a specific behavior. And you want to keep it all positive. Especially those of you that are parents or those of you who worked a lot with kids. If you've asked someone to do something and they have given you a lot of attitude but then like very reluctantly done it, what are you tempted to do? What do you want to draw attention to? Yes, whatever's annoying you, the attitude. Right? It's like, all right, Johnny, I need you to get your shoes on. Oh, I hate getting my shoes on. Right? And whatever it is, he gets his shoes on, and often after the moment, we're like, I mean, good job getting your shoes on, but why do you do this every time? It took so long. Now we're going to be late, blah, 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 blah. What ended up getting attention in that moment? Not the compliance, right? It got kind of a shout out at the beginning, but they're actually getting mixed messages. So you built maybe the pathway of compliance, but also the pathway of attitude and non-compliance. Right? So even though it feels in the moment like you need to do that, from a learning perspective, you're making it more likely and harder for them to kind of refrain from the attitude the next time. Okay, so now what people normally think about when they're like, oh, anything gets attention goes up, turning down the attention to the negative things, right? So yes, we are talking about ignoring, and what do you think happens when parents are like, okay, we're going to talk about ignoring? What is their reaction? How am I supposed to do that? Has anyone ever told them that before? Yeah. Parents get so much unsolicited advice. I spend like the first entire session trying to undo all of the unsolicited Facebook and family and friend advice people get about what they should do with their children. And it's often well-meaning, but I work with kids with harder temperaments. The truth is, most parenting that's not harmful or abusive, it's fine for kids that are easygoing. There's a lot of leeway, right? Kids that have easygoing temperaments, that aren't upset easily, that aren't difficult to soothe, they're going to be fine, as long as they have kind of loving and attentive parenting. The parents that I'm seeing are loving and attentive parents, but their kids have harder temperaments, whether they're anxious, whether they're strong-willed, whether they've got ADHD. Like, this is hard. They've tried these things. It's not like they're doing it wrong, right? There's just no reason that they would know that we need to do something a little bit different. So I talk about ignoring, and they're like, I know, I should ignore. I was like, okay, first, let's build the positive behaviors, right? First, let's give them alternatives. So that's the first thing when it's like, well, how do I do this? Sometimes I do it in one session that I'll talk about differential attention together, turning up the positive, turning down the attention to negative. Sometimes I'll split it up. If it feels too hard, I'm like, great, do a whole week where all you're doing, I don't need you to change anything about the discipline side. I just want you to increase the spotlight on the positive. And then we come back and we say, okay, now let's talk about turning down the attention to the negative. I will say, by itself, differential attention, ignoring, we call it strategic ignoring to try to separate it from the broad parental advice universe of ignoring. By itself, use it for attention-seeking behaviors. You don't ignore noncompliance. You don't ignore aggression. You do discipline those things. But even during discipline or consequences, you're turning down the attention to things like attitude or whining or tantruming. So, first thing, it's got to be brief. You think about kids are little, right? That feedback's got to be kind of in the moment, immediate. So as soon as they flop down, and I miss in-person sessions. I'm all telehealth right now. Most of my clients are still in northern Utah, but I miss the in-person sessions with preschoolers, right, when they're like throwing trains at you and stuff like that. They're throwing a tantrum on the ground, and the second that happens, right, we break eye contact, and it's really, 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 really hard, right? We break eye contact, and I'm talking with parents, and they're, pretty soon the kid's like in my face, Dr. Green, Dr. Green, Dr. Green. It's very obvious that I'm ignoring them. I'm not trying to hide that. I'm also not telling them with my words, I'm ignoring you, because that's giving it attention. But it's brief. Anytime I'm ignoring, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for what? I don't want to reinforce that pathway, so what am I waiting for? I'm waiting for something else, and they will. The brain's going to start throwing stuff out. When it's trying tantruming, it's like tantrum, 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 tantrum. Okay, nothing's happening. It's going to try something else, right? And you've got to be ready to catch that moment. So it's like tantrum, 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 tantrum. Oh, thanks for taking a deep breath. What is it that you needed? And I tell you, the first few times you do this, they're going to be like, I wasn't taking a deep breath. They go right back to it. And that's okay. That doesn't scare me. It takes time and time and time again. Just think of how many times it took for that pathway, the tantruming pathway, to build, not to mention developmentally, right? That's a strong pathway anyway. So it doesn't scare me. It doesn't surprise me if they go back to it. It's just more chance for practice, right? It's practice for us, not for them. So they go back to tantruming. I snap my attention away. The second they're quiet, right, it's like, oh, thanks for quieting down, fist bump. And then but then there's a little quieter tantrum because their brain's like, okay, wait, something changed. And again, you've had the spotlight on them much more. So the spotlight's on, off. As soon as you're seeing whining, interrupting, tantruming, whatever it is you don't want to see, and then it's got to go right back on the second you catch that positive behavior. Like I said, we do want it to be obvious. I'll tell parents, I'm like, get something, a new game on your phone. You're not actually ignoring, but you're looking like you're ignoring. So the kid's tantruming on the floor next to you, you immediately break eye contact, pretend like you're doing something. Your inside voice is like, oh my gosh, blah, 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 blah. Yes, it's attending, but outside, you're a robot parent, right? No attention's going to that, but you can't leave the room, or else you're not going to catch the window. You're not going to catch the moment their brain tries something else. The younger the kids are, the more important it is that it's immediate. As kids get into later elementary school and teens, you've got a little more leeway, right? They can understand, like if you're like, hey, we're not going to talk about this right now. That's probably more reasonable for an older kid, but younger kid, I don't have any discussion about it. Okay. Questions to this point about differential attention?
I'm curious what the longest tantrum is. I imagine you've done this.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've certainly sent clients home tantruming. So, and they're like, why am I coming to see you? But this is something, the trick is you've got to do a really good job of establishing the rationale, right? So I won't do that until I think I have buy-in from the parents, right? So, and we usually will start with one session of child-directed interaction. So it's got some similarities to play therapy, but when it's focused on the parents, the play therapy with me, the kid will like it, but they're not going to see change at home. What needs to happen is the parents using that child-directed interaction language. It just gives the parent another tool to turn up that attention to positive behavior. So we'll do one session of that after the intake, and then I'll decide based on the parent's ability whether or not to do this all at once, the attention and the ignoring, or if I want to break it up. I've definitely sent parents home tantruming. Well, maybe the parents, the kids tantruming, right? But the whole time I'm coaching, right? So if the kid's losing their mind in session, right, and I'm like, okay, so I absolutely expect that it's really, really hard to focus on anything else if the kid's tantruming, right? So I'm just coaching the parents in that moment. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to have you not, the first question is always, what are we waiting for? And I'll interrupt. I have to tell the parents right off the bat, like, please interrupt me, right? I'm hard to offend. I need you to catch that moment, even if it means cutting off what you're saying to me. So the kid's tantruming and they're telling me about something. They have to break eye contact and stop talking to me, which socially is very inappropriate in most settings. And say, oh, thanks for calming down. What did you need, right? Or thanks for giving me space. I'm not creative. Those are the most common things. Giving space is probably the most common kind of thing I'm waiting for, right? Oh, thanks for giving me space. And if the kid goes back to tantruming, then I'm coaching to say, okay, so tell me, what is it going to look like from here to the car? Okay, now what is it going to look like from the car to home? What's going to be hard? So we talk through kind of what they're waiting for, so I hope they leave with like a plan. Most of the time they'll leave with some plan, even though I've seen tantrums go, they can go up to 2 hours, but to be honest, usually we're missing windows if they're going that long, especially my littles, Like little kids, it's pretty common to have like a 20-minute tantrum. The first couple, you can imagine, I always tell parents it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's about 2 weeks of tantrums going up because everything they've tried isn't going to work anymore. And the kid's going to be like, what is happening? They're going to up the ante, be like, well, there's no way they could ignore it if blank. Right? This is not malicious. They don't have the frontal lobe capacity to wake up in the morning and be like, ooh. I know it feels like sometimes they can. They don't, right? To wake up and be like, what's the worst thing I can do today? Their brain's just like trying anything it can. It's going to its default, so I expect it to get a little worse and then get better. If I'm still seeing long tantrums after a week or two, I've got concerns about if they've been able to step in with the positives.
Are you doing that coaching while they're health? So you're like talking to the parent while they're health?
Yeah, and telehealth has been more interesting, a little bit harder in some ways. I haven't had as much, like the kids often not in the session, but I've certainly had, a 3-year-old whose space is hard, interrupting is hard. They don't like them talking to me because they just don't like me, which is fine. But we've had like climbing, trying to get the computer, and so the ignoring is, I will coach, I'll say, okay, I'm gonna have you stand up, right? And the kid's literally jumping off the couch and trying to get onto them, so I'm gonna say, okay, I need you to go into a different room. So they're using the bathroom. They take the computer into the bathroom, they shut the door. The kid's losing their mind. As soon as they're quiet, they open the door, right? Oh, thanks for quieting down. The kid screams again. They shut the door, right? They're still supervised. We don't leave kids unsupervised. That's not a good idea. Those of you that are parents know that you don't actually ever leave them unsupervised, right? Their fingers are like coming under the door, right? There's no way, right? It's like, right? They follow you everywhere. So if they like stopped hearing them, I'd say, okay, go find out where your kid is. But that's not what's going on. So as soon as they're quiet, they open the door, and it takes a few times. But this just happened a few weeks ago, right? After a few times, the kid like kind of huffed at them when they opened the door, but didn't completely lose it. And then the parents went and sat back on the couch. So it's very active coaching, but that has to happen because that's what's happening in real life, right? I often have parents who are like, I promise I'm not lying, right? Like this really does happen. I was like, I believe you, right? So I actually love it when it happens in session because then I can coach them through what I wish I could when it's happening in real life. Okay. We'll see. These are my, let's see, going the wrong way here. This might be a new clicker. I realized I broke these into tips, but haven't actually ever done that before. So this is tips 2 through maybe 8. I don't know, there's a bunch of subparts, so you guys can decide how to sort that out. The other kind of the next step is, okay, how do we deal with compliance? So effective commands. Those of you this is going to be a big one for those of you going into education, occupational therapy, so whatever it is, you're going to be asking kids to do stuff, right? You can't just ignore them not doing stuff. But I always start with differential attention because I promise when you start doing consequences and commands and all those things, you're going to need to be able to ignore hard things. So the first thing is get 100,000,000,000% of kids' attention before you give them a command, especially if you've got any concerns about attention problems, right? ADHD, strong-willed temperament, anything like that. It's pretty common for us to be like, hey, so-and-so, I need you to get your shoes on. The problem is when you come in and they're naked in their room without shoes on, you don't know if they heard you, if they deliberately are ignoring you, and so you have to repeat it. You almost always assume that they ignored you, right? And so then we immediately are escalated, we're frustrated when we go in, we're like, why aren't your shoes on? So the first thing, make sure, put in the effort on the front side of things, on the front end, make sure you have their attention. In session with my preschoolers, sometimes I'll get down on my knee and tap their shoulder. Right? And then I love praising eye contact because it's a general social skill that I'm usually working with kids on anyway. So I'll say, oh, thanks for your eyes. Eye contact's one of the best ways to know that you've got their attention. If they're watching a show, I promise you don't have their attention. You don't need to wonder about that. So make sure that you've got 100,000% of their attention. Yes, it's going to mean you leaving what you're doing and making sure that you've got that before you start giving commands. Keep your instructions short, clear, and phrased as a statement. So we, as a culture here, are generally pretty nice. So we do a lot of will you, would you, can you, could you, right? So when I tell my 5-year-old daughter, hey, will you get your jacket on, what am I actually saying? Yeah, I'm giving her a choice. Is that actually what I want to do? To be honest, I don't care if she goes without a jacket, there's a natural consequence there. But if I need something to happen, I phrased it as a question. And in these kids' brains, right, their brains are underdeveloped, they're under construction. Semantically, you phrased it as a question. What is required if someone asks you a question? An answer, a choice, right? Just an answer, right? So it's like, hey, Johnny, will you get your shoes on? No. In his head, he closed the loop. Socially expected, there was a question, I gave an answer, back to Legos. As a parent, that's maddening, right? Because did you actually mean that as a question? No, right? And the older kids get, the more that this gets a little fuzzy, they understand it's a command, but I still will do this with my teenagers, right? Making sure you phrase it as a statement. There's also sneaky questions like, I need you to get your shoes on, okay? That became a question. So then it's an answer. No, maybe later. I will in just a minute. They answered it, it's done, it's gone. Their brain's not gonna hold on to that for longer. So because I'm not a creative person in the moment, or ever really, I start my statements with, I need you to. It forces me first to phrase what I want to see, right? It kind of prompts my brain to be like, what do I need them to do? I know what I need them to stop, or I know what I need them not to do, but what do I need their little body to actually do? And it's better at kind of phrasing it. It avoids the would you, could you, can you, will you, right? So what are some examples of commands in the careers that you are going into? What are some of the things you ask kids to do? Don't throw food, okay? What do you need them to do instead? Eat the food, right? Eat the food, keep the food on the table. What else? You're like, I don't know, I'm not in the career yet. Okay, well, use your imagination. Sit in the seat, perfect. And it's often like, hey, will you sit in your chair? If you phrase it as a question, you have to think about, do I actually mean that as a choice that I want to give them? And sometimes you do, right? When I have preschoolers come in, I don't care if they're sitting or standing. I don't care if they're on the ground. I actually think it's unreasonable to ask a 3-year-old to sit in a chair, certainly for all of session, but really their attention span in preschool is 5 to 8 minutes per thing. So, you also want to make sure it's developmentally appropriate. For those of you going into education, right, listening to that language and saying, okay, did I just ask them to do the worksheet, or did I instruct them to do the worksheet? Right? Did I ask them to keep their hands to themselves, or did I instruct them to keep their hands to themselves? So thinking about just being really mindful of your language. Also, especially little kids, they would rather run back to the room 15 times than get a command with 15 pieces. Right? Because I promise, if you're in school, you're like, okay, Johnny, I need you to go grab your backpack, jacket, pencil, and homework folder and come back to your desk. What are you going to end up with? Maybe one of those, right? He comes back with someone else's backpack, right? He's just like, I know you asked me to do something, but there's no way that he can keep track of all those things, especially if you've got kids. I don't care if they're older, if they've got ADHD, one instruction at a time, right? Find some way so they're getting it one at a time. If it's not reasonable to do that, get them a schedule, write it down. They can't hold on to that number of things. So make sure that it's short and it's clear. The other thing we like to do as adults is add on rationales. So I need you to keep your hands to yourself. Because we keep our hands to ourselves because it's respectful and it's against school's rules not to, and blah, 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 blah. By the end of this, the command is clear back there. It's gone. And then they're in someone's face, and you're like, I just told you that. So make sure that we're not adding on rationale and lecturing in the moment when you're giving the command. It's fine to teach out of the moment, but in the moment, keep it focused. Here's where I don't want you to keep repeating. And what do you think parents tell me when I'm like, I don't want you to repeat commands? It's like, okay, so you don't want them to do anything ever? My goal is to gradually move towards not repeating commands. So the structure that we use it's called parent management training, kind of our intervention for kids with harder temperaments. I want you to give the instruction, and then I want you to wait 5 seconds. Counting in your head, not out loud. They'll wait until 3 and 4 3/4, right? Like, that will just make you crazy. So don't do it out loud, right? But it's like, all right, Johnny, I need you to pick up the Legos. That's 5 seconds. Did it feel like an eternity? Yeah. As adults, we expect a response usually, I mean, it's kind of weird if it takes longer than 2 seconds. It strikes us as unusual. If you went up and said hi to someone and they waited 5 seconds to respond, you'd be like, hello, right? Like, are you there? Kids, they're not as efficient. Their brain's changing gears, right? The most repetition that happens is almost always within that 5 seconds. Hey, I need you to get your Legos. And if we don't see a response within 1 second, we're like, hey, did you hear me? Did you hear me? Legos on the ground. Come on right now. Give them a chance, right? We're trying to build compliance. Give them 5 seconds. During that 5 seconds, all I want you to be thinking about is, okay, I'm going to attach a consequence to this, and I'm going to phrase it as an if-then, right? So we want thens, especially for younger kids, to be immediate. They don't need to be like $1 every time they do this. Kids love privileges, stuff they're already doing. So I use all the time, I'll go with parents and say, okay, getting ready in the morning, what are some immediate things they could do? There are often things they already get to do, like choose their breakfast drink. That sounds weird, but if you get chocolate milk in the fridge and they get to choose it, like, they're over the moon. Getting ready for bed. If you brush your teeth, then you get to use the fun toothpaste. Yeah, that means you go out and get really boring toothpaste. And if they don't brush their teeth, you're manually motoring them through it, robot parent, right? Because they have to do it, in theory, right? They're supposed to do it. Don't spend 2 minutes brushing their teeth. Like that, all you're trying to do is build some, the if-then. So you spend a couple minutes, not really, 10 seconds brushing their teeth with the boring, gross adult toothpaste. So there's a consequence. We spend probably the most time talking about commands just coming up with if-thens, just coming up with, in the moment, what we can use. So in my office, it's things like, all right, if you put your shoes on now, you get to turn off the light when you leave. Kids love that. Elevator buttons, garage door openers, bringing a special book in the car or a special toy, choosing the radio station, choosing where they sit at the table. Choices are big currency for kids. So when we think about if-thens in the moment, we're looking for small things. So when we have something like, I need you to keep the food at the table, right? What's your if-then? What's the consequence, the natural consequence that can happen after that? If you keep the food at the table, then what? What are some of your options? You get dessert. That's a common one, right? And that may be something you do all the time anyway, but now there's the chance that they can lose that. I like to lean into more of the positive things just because it requires us to think more, right? If your professor's like, hey, if you get this in on time, right, then you get a bonus point. I prefer that to, if it's late, I'll fail you. Consequence is the same, right? Like, or if you turn this in on time, right, I'll be happy and you get full credit. If you don't, you don't. So it doesn't matter if you say, if you don't keep the food at the table, then blank, or if you do keep the food at the table, then blank. But I encourage you to think about some of the positive privileges that they're already getting, because I think it overall kind of helps us lean into some things that we may not realize they're getting to do. So you get dessert. If you keep the food at the table, right, I'll do things like, if you keep the food at the table for 5 minutes, right, mom will do a dance party with you for 30 seconds. Kids are all over that. Things like, oh my gosh, for elementary age kids, parents watching whatever show or game that they just really don't like but the kid loves and getting to tell them about it for 5 minutes, best thing ever. And the parent's like, but I hate that game. And I'm like, I know, right? But if it's something like those kind of rewards, they care about that. They care about time with you often more than they care about kind of tangible rewards. But you can still use things like sticker charts, marbles, stuff like that. And then make sure you follow through. I have a lot of parents who, in my office, this is a great example. I often have stickers in my office, the stickers they get to choose. And I don't use that the whole session. If you stay, and I'm usually coaching and correcting parents, right? I'm not saying if you play quietly for the rest of the session, you'll get a sticker. Early in session, I'm like, okay, if you play quietly for 2 minutes, mom will play with you for 1 minute. That's what I'm using through session. It's got to be immediate, and these are little kids. But I've had plenty of kids that like don't care about a sticker. So at the end, I'm like, all right, it's time to clean up. I wait 5 seconds. If there's anything that looks like cleaning up, I'm praising like crazy. Well, look, or I'm just describing, wow, look at that, going into the bin, one piece at a time. So I'm praising that. If they don't, all right, if you clean up, you get a sticker. I've had plenty of kids be like, I want a sticker. I don't care about a sticker. And some of them really don't. In that moment, I don't want you back on your heels trying to be like, well then. In that case, just go through with it. They don't get a sticker, you clean it up, they leave. The consequence was they didn't get a sticker. Some of them really don't care. Some of them say they don't care, but they do. So then next time I go, okay, they didn't care about the sticker, so then I start thinking through, okay, can they get a piggyback ride from mom or dad, right? Can they turn off the light? Can they push the elevator button? So finding something that works, but not in the moment, right? In the moment, just go through with it then and be like, wow, I'm not going to use that one again, because they're learning the process. If, then. And then just watch what you attend to. So this is throughout. You can't ignore the noncompliance, right? If they have to do something, if you have to actually physically motor them through it or administer a consequence, don't lecture during the process. How many of you have ever been super frustrated while driving? Yeah, right? I don't know how all these people have licenses. I'm sure I'm not one of them. Ever. Not true. But yeah, we've all been super frustrated by someone making a choice, right, or seeming to make a choice while driving. So when you're really upset about something, do you really want someone in the front seat to explain to you why you shouldn't be upset? No. That's the last thing you want, right? When you're really, or even if you're really frustrated, you go home to talk to a spouse or roommate about something, ridiculous that a friend or professor did. You don't want them to be like, well, if we think about this, this is why they did it. No. You're like, you just need to listen to me. When your emotions are escalated, you're learning nothing, nor do you want to learn something in the moment. Same thing here. Any effort, like any of the energy you put into lecturing or teaching during a meltdown or noncompliance, there's no payoff for that. No learning is happening. If anything, learning that just melting is important is happening. None of the words you're saying are sinking in. So I release you from doing that, right? Don't feel like in the moment you need to lecture or teach. If they're upset, just assume their learning kind of mechanisms in their brain are just shut off, right? What you need to do is attend to the positive, pull the attention away. If you need to go back and teach after the moment, that's fine. But I also don't do a lot of rehashing. So even though sometimes we really want to because we were really frustrated, if we go back after the moment and be like, okay, the other day when you ripped up your homework and we just really want to tell them why it's important, does Johnny know he's not supposed to rip up his homework? Yeah, he knows that. Right? You guys have had that conversation 100 times. That's true for most kids. They know it. It's not a problem in knowing it. It's a problem in doing it. And the way you help them do it is in the moment, you're using this attention and these effective commands strategically. If you do go backwards, focus on problem solving. Johnny, the other day when you ripped up your homework, I know that didn't work very well. What could we do differently? So then the attention is on generating other solutions. So he's not feeling like you're just going back to punish and punish and punish. This is especially with teens. We often want to go back and rehash things with teens. And what happens if you're like, all right, teenage Johnny, let's talk about yesterday? They just shut down, right? But if you make it a habit, if you're going to talk about yesterday, if you talk about problem solving, like, man, I know that didn't work well with you. What do you think some other options are? How could I help you with those, right? I mean, if you're focused on problem solving, you're going to make more, you're going to get a little more traction than if you're just kind of rehashing why it was wrong. They know why it was wrong. Okay, I actually kept to time. I'm super proud of myself. So what questions, we can take about 5 minutes of questions. I'm also happy to talk, if any of you guys are interested in child psych related careers or anything, I'm always happy to talk. But feel free to shoot me an email if you guys have questions about stuff. But kind of about this material, what questions do you guys have, especially in kind of how you implement it in your own, either with kids or in your careers or on your roommates or things like that? Yeah?
What's the earliest
That's a great question. Well, I'm doing it with my 11-month-old. We actually naturally do it with little kids. I give tons of attention, right? So when he's doing he's starting to stand on his own, we're like, yay, standing. That's attention, right? I'm building that positive. And when he's going to do something like, touch the garbage can, he is now old enough that he'll go up to it and look at me, right? And at this stage, generally, I'm like, no, 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 no. And I've had to catch myself and be like, oh, and I just pick him up and put him in a different, in a different room where he's got other toys. So you can't like the ignoring itself, I usually start doing in force about age 2. But you'll start with the attention naturally as babies, right? With eye contact and with all these developmental milestones. But I'll treat kids as young as 2, sometimes a little bit younger depending on what they're, if they're destroying stuff. Because again, I'm working with the parents, not the kids. There are questions? Yeah.
I'm curious, what do you see parents to be the most stubborn on when it comes to change?
I think I have the benefit of, I offer outpatient services, so I expected a lot more pushback. I think I've been really surprised. The most pushback I get by far is if the other parent is coming in kicking and screaming. So the most common thing is it's usually related to marital kind of stress, which kids are stressful. They've done studies on, for those of you kind of in psych classes, they've done studies on particularly ADHD where they have exposed a bunch of college students to kids with and without ADHD, sometimes simulated symptoms, sometimes like actual diagnoses, and then had them go to a social later where there was alcohol available. And guess which group drank a lot more? Like, kids are stressful. It's not like they're not trying to be malicious. Parents aren't trying to be malicious. That often kind of bleeds into, it adds to marital stress. So that's probably the most difficult situation, but often we can problem solve that, right? The nice thing about having scripts is it's not about who's doing it right or wrong. We can usually say, okay, so you're a little better at the praise, you're a little better at the discipline. So how do we kind of meld those things together? But I've been surprised, and maybe it's because I'm pretty direct with parents, right? If they're like, well, I don't think it's going to work, I'll say, well, okay, this is what I have to offer. And so we'll talk about it as an experiment. So I want you to try it for a week. This is why I love doing it in session 2, because it's like, oh, look at that. This one that we were in and out of the bathroom, right? The next session, we had a tantrum that lasted 4 minutes instead of 20. I was like, it's because you guys are consistently doing this. So once they start seeing this, if I can get the buy-in initially, people are usually kind of fairly willing to try it. But again, this isn't an outpatient setting where they're willingly coming to me. The child doesn't necessarily get worse. What you'll see is the child will get, the behavior will improve with the parent who's doing it consistently, and it won't with the parent who's not, and you won't see as much improvement as you would if both parents were on the same page. That's a pretty common challenge that we have. I try really hard to get both parents if I can. Telehealth's actually made it easier, so other caregivers can call from work, right? So they can call from different places. But yeah, it does make it a little more challenging. I also sometimes will be working with other caregivers like grandparents. So I'll have it's the same thing like with grandparents. I just let the grandparents focus more on the praise piece and improving positives because they're like, I already did the discipline thing. Like, I'm supposed to just be able to fund one. So we'll talk about specific ways they can, see more positives even if they can't necessarily implement consequences kind of that way. And it's sometimes the same thing with teachers, right? Like sometimes the options for discipline only go so far and you're like, well, so much of this is at home. It's true. But there's actually a lot of change you can see, especially with that kind of positive piece, building the new pathways, even if you're not seeing the negative behaviors addressed at home. One more question?
I have another one if they don't.
Awesome.
Okay. So it seems like what you're describing is this experiential discipline that you're doing in the moment. This is going to sound weird, but are you doing things so that the kids will have a chance?
Nope. Nope.
Or what if like the kid is just sort of well-behaved
It's fine.
while they're there?
That happens a lot. So this is where I have a lot of parents that are like, I promise, like it's not unusual in like oppositional defiant disorder. In fact, it's a weird criteria. That whole disorder is it got some problems. But it's not uncommon for it really to only happen in one setting, typically with the primary caregiver. So teachers will be like, I don't know what you're talking about, and it's really stressful for parents. So it's not unusual for me, especially where I have anxious kids and strong-willed kids like together, that they'll be pretty quiet in session but kind of explosive at home. So I'll just kind of go with parents. What I will tell them not to do is take videos. Like they'll take videos to bring to me to show me the tantrums. The problem is if your kid's throwing a tantrum and you're taking a video, what's happening? I've 100% done this, by the way. But my kid's first mall tantrum, I sent it to my colleagues at Texas Children, was like, first mall tantrum, right? But like, I understand that that's, you want me to know, but I usually just take their word for it. All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And like I said, feel free to follow up with questions if you have them.
So he is in business. That's what I'm thinking.
Teach me for leaving the iPad up there.
Okay. Oh, good. What's wrong with taking the picture? You just have to take a picture of this for me. Oh, like a selfie in the background. You're fine. Yeah. Right. Don't let me get were you here for that? Oh.
I know.
We took there and never say.
I don't count that's what it's Friday.
Welcome, everybody. Good to be with you. Tell me your name. Yes, you. Yeah. Shania? Shania. So we're going to go Gryffindor for you. I mean, look at this. Is that not the cool? I've never been here before, and I feel like I've walked into Hogwarts, so it's kind of fun. All right. Welcome. My name is Dr. Ken Huey. I will give you a little bit of background on me here in just a quick second. First, though, I would like to know why you are here. Yes? Your teacher said you would have to be here. I kind of expected somebody would start with that, so thank you. And that's all cool. If this is not good, you know, then you're going to be bummed out that you're getting credit for listening to somebody who stinks. But we're going to give it a shot. Any other reasons that you're here? Yes? Thought it would be interesting. Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah. You're married. Who here is married? Raise your hand if you're married. You poor suckers. You were going to say? Somebody else said, why are you here? Just got married. How long ago? The honeymoon's over. It's all downhill from here. No, that's good. Okay, fantastic. I've already listened to somebody else earlier was asking kind of what categories you were coming from. Generally the helping professions or human development, that kind of stuff. So I won't ask all those questions again. All right, so if you're married, that's fantastic. But this is not necessarily a conversation for just marrieds. It really is about relationships. If you have a significant other, it will be helpful. And I find that the research and some of the things that I'll present to you are really fantastic in working with teenagers especially. Younger kids also, but particularly with teenagers, okay? So that you're kind of aware of that. All right, as I said, my name's Ken Huey. People call me Dr. Ken when I'm in these situations, and that is it. Other than I do require my wife to call me Dr. Ken, but that's not true. Ken is good. That's just fine with me. I run a residential treatment center called Havenwood Academy that you can see on the slides, and that is here in town. Work with 13 to 17-year-old girls who have been traumatized. They're almost all adopted and have physical and sexual abuse and things in their history, and we help them kind of put their lives together while they live with us for about a year, and then we send them home. And we hire people at $15 an hour if you get interested. So, love to have you come talk to us. Okay, so let's chat just a little bit about a few things that will set the stage for us. Philosophically, I want you to understand that I see us as built to connect. And not just I see us as built to connect, there's solid research to talk about that. Let me show you a quick video that will give you an idea of what I'm meaning. What's that? Oh, shoot. Snap. That's move it over to the side.
Yeah, just kind of
Shift the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's the whole family.
There you go.
Aha, okay. Fantastic, but now this is in the way. That'll slow us down each time I have to do this. Sorry about that, everybody. I didn't realize I was going to have that problem. I should have mirrored. There we go. That's going to be easier. Okay, so this is my youngest grandson, Harvey. Mirror neurons. Mirror neurons. Okay, he's not speaking the language with me, is he? He's 4 months old. But he is reacting to me and learning about the world through me. And giggling just because I'm looking up at him kind of suddenly. And he's helping to control my behavior. I'm paying attention to him at a pretty profound level. Those same mirror neurons connect us too. So through the eyes in general, but certainly through touch, we are built to connect. And that is foundational to what I'm going to try and talk to you about here in the next little bit. Let's make that go down. and try to pull up. So now I drag this over again, Jim, my PowerPoint, or just run it probably. Perfect, okay, good. Not so bad. All right, so this concept too, I want you to really kind of grasp. Joy is the product of a shared experience. I can be happy riding a bicycle by myself, looking at a sunset by myself. I've done that. I remember noticing this for the first time as actually kind of a late teen in Michigan and looking out across Lake Michigan, seeing a sunset. And it was really, really cool. And then I took my future wife there and proposed to her and looked at a sunset sitting on the dunes of Lake Michigan. And man, that sunset rocked at a different level. You with me? So joy is the product of a shared experience, being with somebody and sharing it. So nothing tastes quite so great as when things are good. And man, it tastes crummy when things are bad, right? There's a lot of pain that can be felt in relationships when they're not going the way that we want them to go. All right. So to get where we want to go with relationships, they do demand time. Let's talk about that really kind of quickly. This comes from a lot of different folks, but Stephen Covey sort of looked at this the most comprehensively. And there's kind of 4 quadrants that you can divide all of our time waking and sleeping into. You think about urgent and not urgent, important and not important. And urgent and important is kind of like breaking a leg or getting in a car wreck. We got to deal with that like right now. And if we spend all of our time in this, we're kind of a police officer. And in fact, they have a certain kind of burnout that comes from being activated and having high cortisol levels, being in their limbic brain, fight, flight, or freeze all the time. So we have to deal with this, but we don't want to live here. Urgent but not important is maybe email, texts, kind of stuff that, I got to take care of this right now, but it's not terribly important. This is a different kind of burnout if you spend a ton of time in this particular quadrant, and frankly, postal workers have this. It is urgent, but a lot of it's just not important, and so they go postal. I love that phrase, going postal. It just communicates, right? Okay, so over here we've got not urgent and not important. Wow. We spend a fair amount of time with this when we're gaming, or we're watching TV, or watching YouTube, and for certain TikTok. And I'm not pointing any fingers because my kids got me to discover it, and holy cow, I love that thing. It's horrible. I can waste a lot of time here. It's not urgent, it's not important, and it's just a stinking waste. This quadrant 2, not urgent, but important, is where relationships are made or broken. Quadrant 2, not urgent, but important, is where relationships are made or broken. And we can avoid having this time by being stuck over here in quadrant 1, certainly in quadrant 3, and it's a travesty when quadrant 4 takes away the relationship time that makes them. So one of the things that I'm going to want you to do is consider what quadrant 4 time can I convert to quadrant 2 time in relationship to make it better. And it's fairly easy. It's just set the phone down. Sounds easy, but sometimes I know it's kind of hard. I get into some string of, TikTok videos or whatever it is, and you don't put it down, and you miss then some of the quality time. Okay, so we want to make sure that relationships are not given leftovers. We want a full course meal for the relationships. The thing is they're not urgent. And so we don't feel the pangs of hunger that make us jump into that time. But those that are good at them practice creating quadrant 2 time. Okay. Thinking about some statistics. The divorce rate just back in the 80s and 90s got up to 51%. You had a 50% chance of being divorced with your first spouse when you got married. Thankfully, those statistics are going down. It's 39 to 41 because it depends on whose stats you look at. It kind of makes you think, go away. Your absence would make my heart grow fonder. Okay, you'll see a few of these. This is from despair.com. This gentleman created a whole website because he hated the motivational posters, and he created demotivational posters. That's what this is. All right, so divorce rate of 39 to 41%. Interesting as to why we get divorced. And by divorced, it's not just that we end a relationship in a marriage. This is also applicable to relationships with a significant other. The least common reasons are a lack of shared interest and compatibility. We think that's a really big deal. It's actually quite small. Now, people do cite that and get divorced, but not that often. And the takeaway for me is that this doesn't have to end things. Oh, we don't like the same things. I don't care. It actually doesn't matter. There are much more important things, and we're going to talk about them over the next 40 minutes. And then this incompatibility between partners. Gosh, that doesn't have to be a deal breaker. The most common reasons are, as you see, a lack of commitment, and that is a different way of saying it that I'll give you some kind of more technical language from the work of John Gottman, and we'll talk about him in a second. Infidelity is a big one, though most, not a vast majority, most relationships survive infidelity, but it does end marriages too. Most survive. Keep that in mind, because some people will think, oh, that's it, it's the end, and it doesn't have to be. And pervasive conflict. That will, if you think about that, that will help frame some of the things that we're going to talk about that do create issues in relationship. If that's kind of where you are with one of these most common reasons, then it makes this next little picture make sense. Persistence. It's over, man. Let her go. Okay? That's where we get with those kinds of issues and no work. So let's work. What is getting in the way? Well, let's talk a little bit about John Gottman. Who here has heard that name? Oh my gosh. Who here has read big stuff relative? Have you read 7 Principles That Make Marriage Work? Raise your hand. Oh, wow. Review time. That's okay. So there's a big percentage of his stuff that will be embedded in what I'm doing, framed a little bit different with exercises, too, that won't be necessarily right from his work. That is phenomenal. It really makes me happy. I'll do this in a lot of venues, and maybe 10% have an idea about his work. It's so darn good that it's pervasive now, and that makes me happy. All right, so you'll know some of this, but he is really worried about some of the... Who's not, actually, is there anybody who's not heard of John Gottman? And that's okay, great. All right, just to make sure that we're all on the same page very quickly, John Gottman, his life's work is understanding marriages in particular, applies to relationships, as I have said, what makes them fail, and ultimately he got away from that to really what can you do to make them work. And he did that by creating Love Labs, a Love Lab in Seattle, Washington, at the college where he works. And newly married couples would come in and stay there for a period of time, usually 3 or 4 days, 2 or 3 days. And he'd pay them a little bit of money to come be in the Love Lab, and they'd film everything, record everything verbally, transcribe it, and then give them tasks to do and such, and then look at, what were the patterns and everything they were showing, and who, 7 years later, of those that came to the Love Lab is still married. And they were able to create some very, very powerful statistics to show causality. Here are the things that if you do are later going to lead to divorce. Okay, there's the quick little sketch about his work. And these are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, he calls them. He's kind of dramatic, super cool guy. And they are harbingers of, the thing that put him on the map. These are harbingers of divorce. And in fact, I've trained with him, and he and anybody that does his training and a little bit of work can sit down and with a 15-minute interview with a newly married couple or somebody who's been married for a while, can look for these 4 horsemen and predict with 94% accuracy if they're going to get divorced in the next 7 years. Holy moly. So these are very, very predictive. Okay. They are, as I say, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and withdrawal. Criticism, to make this understandable, 1 negative for every 5 positives is normal. That's in good relationships. When you have that, there's satisfaction, and criticism is not one of the things that's endemic to your relationship. Even though it happens 1 in 5 communications, That's okay. There's 5 positives to every negative. The ones that are bad, that are failing, have a little over 1 negative to every 1 positive. That golden 5 or more is a big dang deal, okay? Contempt, he says, is the most corrosive element you can introduce into a marriage. And contempt is fundamentally, explicitly or implicitly communicating to your partner, you are worthless. And you do this by saying you're worthless. You do it by rolling your eyes. You do it by calling them an F and B. You know, that's the kind of contemptuous, you know, unfair fighting stuff that is the most corrosive element in a relationship. Defensiveness, that's fairly obvious. Not really hearing the problems that are being presented to you and pushing back and making the other person's fault. And withdrawal is simply not engaging. You have to engage if you're going to get okay. All right. That's pretty important then as we continue and sets the stage for what we're going to need to talk about. All right, so how do we do it? What do we need to do to overcome these 4 horsemen and make relationships magnificent with spouses, significant others, and particularly teenagers? First, I want you to develop a sniffer. All right, we'll do this again now. And drag over. Okay, so pay attention to this real quick little clip and tell me, what are we seeing, what 4 horsemen, and what does it look like? Which of the 4 horsemen?
Sorry, we have no midsize available at the moment.
I don't understand. I made a reservation. Do you have my reservation?
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, we ran out of cars.
But the reservation keeps the car here. That's why you have the reservations.
I know why we have reservations.
I don't think you do. If you did, I'd have a car. See, you know how to take the reservation, you just don't know how to hold the reservation. And that's really the most important part of the reservation, the holding. Anybody can just take them.
Let me speak with my supervisor.
Here we go.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, what are we looking at there? Which of the 4 horsemen is that? Yes. Contempt, yes. Why? What's contemptuous about that? He's not flipping her off or anything. Anybody can do it. Invalidating her job. He's sarcastic. He's like, I don't think you do. That is the contemptuous stuff that I'm talking about. I show that one because it's kind of the hardest one to recognize frequently, particularly if you have a narcissist in the relationship and they do a really good job gaslighting with you. And they'll make it as if that's sort of your fault. So contempt, I want you to sniff out at all costs. We cannot have it. It just cannot be. You cannot call your spouse an a-hole. You cannot call them a B. You just can't do it. And if it's going on and directed at you, leave. Give them a chance, but it's like a couple of weeks to turn that thing around. And if they're not going to stop, be done, especially if it's prior to getting married. That abuse is untenable. Okay. So see it. Call it out. In terms of developing a sniffer too, there are things that will predict whether or not you can make progress. It's growth-minded. You'll see that here in just a second. The idea that finding a therapist, reading a book together, working on things together, and essentially being this growth-minded is a very big predictor in making progress in relationships. It's amazing. Those that do this together, get 7 Principles That Make Marriage Work and read it. Read a chapter a week and talk it through. They just do so much better. We are always at any point in our lives growing or dying. There is no middle ground. We may think we're stagnant, we're just dying slowly. If you want to be a part of success, you must be growing. Even if it's slowly, we've got to be growing in these kinds of ways. Okay, so number 2 of our 6 things, fondness and admiration. Gottman talks about positive sentiment override. as opposed to negative sentiment override. When we are in a place where things are going poorly and we're handed, here's what's going on with my spouse or my significant other, and you can interpret it poorly or interpret it positively, the relationships that are in bad shape have negative sentiment override and interpret it in poor ways. They don't think that it's something good that's going on. We need to nurture positive sentiment override. Nurture our fondness and admiration. When we have this negative sentiment override, what happens is we get into a position where we start to rehearse the negative aspects of the relationship. We think about that as we're moving about the day. It occupies our thoughts when we're in conflict with our partner and out of the conflict. And ultimately, it takes us into a spiral where there is distance that is created and a cascade, a distance and isolation cascade, says John Gottman. So, nurture fondness and admiration. Notice what's good and say what is good. You actually practice it. If you've ever gotten good at any kind of a sport, if not some other thing, an instrument, if you're playing a musical instrument, it takes practice. It's repetition. This will build emotional muscle just as surely as shooting layups, trying to get good at them when you're playing basketball. That you notice what is good and you say it, that you start making sure I'm adding to the numbers of the positive. So when I have to have a conversation about something that I don't particularly like, I have money in the bank. Notice what they like and do what they like. Not that you give up your life to do it, but that you move into that at times. You share it with them. Notice their language and speak their language. I'm particularly talking about personality. In terms of their personality, if you haven't taken the Myers-Briggs, go take it. If you don't like that one, I like iConnect. Used to be Persogenics. Talks about 4 main personality types: dominant, amiable, analytical, and what did I miss? Dominant, expressive. Okay? Expressive, amiable, dominant, and analytical. So just real briefly about that, 2 of those, expressive and amiable, are relationship focused. Being able to kind of be the center of attention is expressive, and just saying what's on your mind. We all know these folks, you never don't know what they're thinking, because if you don't, you're deaf or stupid. They're constantly talking, and they just want to be there with you and hang out. My son is super expressive. My favorite moment with him, we were in our house on the main level, and in the basement was the washer and dryer. And he turns to the family, and we're just all kind of hanging out, and says, "Hey, I need to go change the laundry from the washer to the dryer. Does anybody want to come?" We're talking 20 seconds, and he can't be alone to go to the dryer, because that's the kind of expressive that he is. Fantastic, a lot of fun. Amiable are those that really don't like conflict. They don't want to be the center of attention. To do this kind of a thing would be painful. They really just don't want to be up in front of everybody. And then dominant and analytical. Analytical wants data. And if you put pressure on them, they want more data to make sure they make the right choice at the right time. And dominant is somebody that really can be a bulldozer. They get stuff done. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just kind of who they are. So that's a snapshot. Understand more about that so that you recognize that personality just is. It's not right or wrong. It's not better or worse. But if you can speak the language, if you're amiable and don't like conflict, you can kind of push yourself forward a little bit with your dominant partner or dominant child, you stand a chance of having a better relationship. Okay. All right. Also, in terms of this fondness and admiration, is recognizing that the issues that you have can be a vehicle to intimacy. I'm not talking about sexual intimacy. I mean that too, I suppose. But really that, for instance, I'm losing my hearing. And I have had a number of folks that I've talked to. It's usually women, because men lose their hearing first. And I've heard them say, my husband got hearing aids and saved our marriage. They would get so angry at the hearing loss. Why? Can't you listen and just pay more attention? And it becomes a real problem. I'm so appreciative of my wife. She laughs at me all the time when I can't hear. I guess really weird stuff as to what I think that I've heard. I try and place it in context and say, well, did you say the cat was shot out of a cannon? no, that is not what I said. And then we just crack up. It becomes a chance to connect what would be a conflict. That's an easy one. But there are any conflict that you have, or many of the conflicts that you can have, if you can use them to be something that's fun and connecting, that you laugh about, it becomes a vehicle for intimacy. That's nurturing fondness and admiration, instead of building negative sentiment override. Number 3, turn towards, not away. Okay. Pulling together. It only works when you're not jerking in opposite directions like idiots. We need to be pulling together in the same direction, all right? And we do that by turning towards, particularly when there is conflict in the relationship. So within conflict, turn towards. Now the impulse, for many of us, especially if you're amiable, is to turn away, to not have the conflict. That might be okay for a minute, it might be okay for a day, but as a pattern, it is very, very destructive. You need to develop muscle memory that has you saying, man, this is bothering me. Okay, I'm going to think about it for a few hours, but then I'm going to turn towards my partner and I'm going to have a conversation about what this thing is. How you do it's important, but that you do it is more important. It actually is very predictive that you turn towards, and it doesn't matter if there's a lot of yelling involved with that. As long as there's no criticism and contempt as part of it, particularly contempt, you're way better off. Statistically speaking, it's very compelling evidence to have a heated conversation than no conversation at all. So turn towards, not away. And you do that by not withdrawing. That's one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, right? When you do, you start to see the problems as large and unsolvable. If you withdraw, you see the problems as large and unresolvable. I just had a conversation with my wife. We had a little bit of kind of a hopeless feeling creep in, and had a little conversation that was just kind of tough. And she did this super cool thing. She texted me and said, I'm just feeling hopeless. I was like, oh. Went down, was by her side. She explained what she was feeling. We had a chance to talk just a little bit for 15, 20 minutes, and everything's not perfect, but we turned towards. And instead of that hopelessness growing and turning into a distance and isolation cascade, we got back on the same page to some extent. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Connection, break, and repair is the normal cycle of human relationships. So to be connected and to care, that's great. Most of us get that. If you've got huge trauma, sometimes that's really hard to do. But break is a normal part of relationships too. And I'm not declaring war on break. I'm not declaring war on disagreements. No, that's going to happen. The problem is when we don't repair. And John Gottman talks about repair attempts being ignored as being a huge predictor of then future problems. So I try to say, look, I'm sorry. All right, whatever. Oh, you are laying the groundwork for issues when you do that. Make and accept repair attempts. What's that? Well, it's a few things. It can be just a smile. If the conflict is low level enough and you don't have to sort of rehash anything, it can just be a smile. Hey, sorry, kind of a look, and off we go, as long as your partner accepts the repair or you accept it. A joke. It can be an apology, frequently the best way to go about it. It can be simply touch. It's coming up and giving your partner a back rub, or your child a back rub. I've repaired with my daughter by rubbing her hand. We do this all the time. She has anxiety, and I have convinced her that I have a superpower, and that if I rub her hand, she's going to calm down. And so it's almost always just when things are good and I'm doing it, but every so often things have been just a little bit of tense with something's gone on. We've kind of resolved things, and I'll rub her hand, and that's my attempt at repair, and she'll let me, and we are okay after that. Okay? All right, number 4, be influenced. There is no way out of conflict unless somebody softens. So being influenced is a couple of different things. Let me talk about the first one. I'm uptight because we have this thing that we both want to go in a different direction. She's uptight because she wants it to go this other way. And kind of the worst fights that I can think of that my wife and I have had just keep escalating, and I try and convince, and she tries to convince, and I try and convince, and neither one of us softens. It is actually a choice to soften, to say, okay, you know what, let me try and understand what's going on for you. And if you can get to a soft place, instead of a symmetrical escalation of I go higher than you in terms of the intensity, now you go higher, I take a step back. Most of the time, again, unless you've got a personality disorder you're dealing with, and if you do, I'm sorry, gosh, come see me. We'll see what we can do to help with that. But they'll soften too. They'll match you. Okay, so somebody's got to soften, and one of the ways you get there is by understanding first before you seek to be understood. This also comes from Covey, which is stolen from other people, which is where I'm stealing it from him. This is what we do. We find fantastic nuggets, and we try to put them in a digestible format so that we can all learn. Trying to understand first, seeking to understand first before being understood is a really quick way to soften with your partner. And it comes by asking non-loaded, truly seeking to understand questions. Okay? Now, why did you do that? That's a little bit tough. Tell me more about what you were feeling when you said X. What would you want from me that might kind of help things go the right way? What makes you fearful about this thing you're talking about with our oldest child? What is it about my parents that I hear you're really telling me about some conflict there? Tell me more about what's going on. And you really listen, and you rephrase it, you come back with, I think this is what I hear you saying. You're truly trying to understand. It's not a game. It takes a real mind shift, but once you get good at it, it's like doing a layup. You really can jump into that spot really quick, and that softness invites softness from your partner. Something that I've used with my wife from very early on, learned it from a psychologist. Gosh, I think it was just a couple years in, wasn't it, Joe? She doesn't want attention on her. She's amiable. Please don't put the spotlight on me. Okay, so 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, how big a deal is this for you? So let's see, we just did this in a meeting with our leadership team. We had this thing that we were going to attend, and I had to go, and I could take 2 of the 4 of our leadership team, our ownership team, to go to this event. And what we did is just said, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, think about it. Where does this really rank for you? 1, I don't care. 10, I really want to be there. 2 set of 7, 1 set of 4, 1 set of 3. Okay, 7. The 7's you 2, let's go. Great, we're done. See what I'm saying? And you can do that on, okay, we're fighting about where we're going to eat. How big a deal is this to you? If you both say 7, okay, now we got a little bit bigger issue. But a lot of times, that's all it takes to get us through some of the smaller arguments and to be influenced by your partner. When they see you being truthful and honest about it and actually going with the number, it's really quite soothing. Number 5, solve the solvable problems. There are only 2 kinds of issues in relationships. That's it. 2 broad categories, perpetual and solvable. You can call them what you want. Perpetual and solvable, that's it. The ones that are going to be really easy are, squeezing the toothpaste in the middle. That annoys me to no end. Why? It doesn't matter. It just bugs me. Okay, I'll squeeze it from the end now. I don't like the toilet paper coming from underneath. I want it to go over the top. Who is a over-the-top toilet paper person? Who says, I don't really give a crud? Yeah. Can we change the toilet paper? Okay, fine, I'll have it go over the top. Yeah, that's solvable. And there are a lot of, a little bit more difficult, but solvable issues. But there are perpetual issues, particularly those that are based in personality. Okay? I like the spotlight, I can get up and do this all day long, I really enjoy this kind of stuff. And sometimes I hog the attention in family gatherings and such like that, and my wife will want me to, hey, you sound like a braggart. Oh, that always hurts, but okay, fair, thank you for the feedback. I can course correct a little bit, but it's never going away. I'm never going to stop being kind of a talkative guy who likes to chat with people and meet folks as I'm getting on the bus and Not that I do that except in big cities, but anyway, that's going to kind of be happening, right? It's not going away. When I treat perpetual problems as if they are solvable, why do you always say, you say the same dumb joke as you meet people? Or, gosh, every time it gets heated, your voice goes up a little bit. That's an expressive quality. Now, I can make course corrections and try and be a little bit better, but recognize it's going to largely stay a part of the relationship dynamic for all of our lives. Okay? So treat the solvable problems solvable and the perpetual problems as perhaps barely movable or a vehicle to intimacy. You can actually laugh about these things. They're kind of funny. Now, I tease my wife about the amiable side of things. She doesn't say like I do, hey, would you vacuum over there? She'll say, hey, I wonder if any of the shattered glass got underneath the dishwasher. I wonder. That is, hey, Ken, would you vacuum over there? Okay. And then we'll laugh about that. And every once in a while, I'll get her to just laugh uncontrollably. She starts to cry. She's laughing so hard about those things. And it makes me so happy. I love that. It's fun as heck. Right? So use them as a vehicle to intimacy, as I've said. Yeah, we talked about that. Also, want you to be careful of soft startup. In terms of solving the solvable, it becomes unsolvable to the extent that you have harsh startup. What does that mean? Soft startup is about, so I liken it to starting an engine on a really cold morning. It's negative 10 degrees, rarely, but it happens here. And I go out, and I remember, I'll never forget my brother when we were teenagers. He couldn't get his car started, couldn't get it started. It finally caught and started, and he was so ticked, he just jammed on the gas. It's hitting the rev limiter, and he's this cold engine. What is he doing to that engine? Huh? Breaking it. There's no lubrication. It's cold, and it's beating the tar out of that engine. It fell apart within a couple of months. He kept doing that kind of stuff to it. That's harsh startup. We do it relationally when we've got some sort of an issue, and we just come through. Look, I'm sitting in the chair when my spouse, so I'm tapping my foot, just like, all right, I've had enough of this. Oh boy. It's on like Donkey Kong. Instead of saying, hey, I've had this thing, and it's not a game. It's trying to be soft and match your spouse. Hey, I've got this thing that's been weighing on me, and I'd like to think it through. Maybe it's me, because frequently it is. Hey, can we talk about how this might be impacting us? What can we do different? Maybe I'm just missing it. That kind of language, that soft startup. Okay? Frequently, dominant personalities have to work on this thing, soft startup. Number 6, make impermeable boundaries. By that I mean, we've already talked about this, make impermeable boundaries around our quadrant 2 time. It's not urgent, but it's terribly important. So have a date night. That can be time spent with your kids. When I don't schedule this as I ought to at times, but I try to make an impermeable boundary with I've got one daughter left at home, and I try, with varying degrees of success, to put things aside and go sit in the room while she's playing violin maybe, and then we can have conversations. Or, hey, let's jump in the car and go to a tropical cafe and grab a smoothie. And all of a sudden, I've now built some time into that. Or, hey, would you help me with, I've got a quadrant 4 thing, this sweep in the backyard. Let's go do that, or let's do the dishes together. Last night, we did it while watching the news, and I was kicking myself saying, we've just taken quadrant 4 time and ruined it because we can't talk with the news going while we're cleaning the kitchen as a family of 3 right now. Bad idea. Keep the TV off, take your quadrant 4, turn it into quadrant 2, and just talk, okay? So make impermeable boundaries around that kind of stuff, and help me think this through. Give me some ideas as you're sitting here thinking, this quadrant 2, what happens in quadrant 2? What are some of the things that create that not urgent but important time? What do you do in quadrant 2? Yeah. Meaningful, is that what you said? Meaningful conversations come in. Yeah, like what? Yeah, values, hopes, and dreams. Very well said, and uses some of the Gottman language. Yes? Coming together and sharing what happened during your day, and absolutely, that is definitely quadrant 2. Who else? I thought I saw a hand over here, no? Okay, all right. What could you take from quadrant 4, not important and not urgent, and turn it into quadrant 2? Yes? Flow activities? Things that you're passionate about that you enjoy that you can do with your partner. That might not even be quadrant 2. That could be not urgent but important for you individually. Okay, so still, I think that's quadrant 2 time. Not everything that's in quadrant 2 is relational, but very, very important. But to add your partner in it now makes it quadrant 2 relational time. Yeah, I like that very much. That's a nice catch. By the way, so I do want to make that really clear. Not all quadrant 2 is relational. Sometimes there's things working out by myself. I play racquetball. I'm not building amazing relationships with my racquetball partner, but I need that time to stay healthy and clear my mind. Yes?
Well, I was just going to add on to that and say, being able to eliminate the distractions from it, be able to dedicate that time to it, be able to give your 110% effort to what they're saying, and be able to relate what's going on with them to you, being able to share that on.
Absolutely. Yeah, so just really, really being present. So I don't have this as a bullet point on the slide, but presence is so important in the quadrant 2. It's why the phone thing is just such a difficult deal, and I really struggle with it too. I truly do. I have to constantly say, stop, put it down, so that I can have time be quadrant 2. So keep that work going. All right, so the recap. I won't go over all of the items. You can see them here. My contact information is here at the bottom, phone number and my email. If you need to get a hold of me, if you'd like to at all, that's just fine. Wanted to leave an opportunity for a few questions. Talk to me. What would you like to know? Yes? Clarify the difference between important and not important? You bet. So important, yeah, because urgent and not urgent, that's kind of obvious, but important and not important. Yeah, so sleep, let me divide sleep a little bit. Sleep is important, but not urgent frequently. Until you get to a certain stage, sleep is not urgent. But it's important that we get a certain amount. And if we get too much, if I sleep, I also take naps every afternoon for a couple of hours after having had a full 7 or 8 hours every night. It's not important. It's not urgent or important. It's quadrant 4. See what I'm saying? So that is important and not important. Not important is, maybe to relax. So there are things that, you can divide too. To relax, maybe watching TV is actually important for a bit of time to catch up on news and things like that. But when you're spending 3 and 4 hours doing it, it's not important. And there's so much of it that's not important from the word go. Video games, unless you're earning your living doing them, are not important. You may enjoy it, and maybe there's times where, look, to do that for 15, 20 minutes or half an hour, that can be important. Again, a chance to decompress. But we use that as an excuse to get into not important territory and trying to make it okay and important. Does that help? Okay. Any other questions? Yes? Can this be used in friendship relationships? Absolutely. It really is that relational. And so to apply these concepts specifically, especially when you've got somebody that you're close to, that you want to have a deep connected relationship with, this becomes very important and can help you sniff out, just a friendship doesn't have some of the same emotional loading that a marriage does, and there are times to get out of relationships. So if they're carrying around the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse frequently, wow, that's something to go ahead and say, I'm not going to keep doing this. Yes. Any other questions? Yes. Sure. Help you recognize contempt a little bit more. Okay. So, somebody's coming at you with something they've talked to you about before, and you're listening to them, and you do this. It's nonverbal. That's contempt. Okay? Somebody comes up and they're speaking to you. There's withdrawal in this partially, and there's also contempt. So they start talking to you, and you just turn your back on them and kind of pay attention to what's on your desk or whatever. This is kind of the body language. Okay? That's contempt. And then there's the specific ways, that's not the only ways, but that kind of flavor. And there's specific contempt of, what are you, an idiot? What kind of a jackwagon are you? Those kinds of things. And the abusive stuff in particular, calling somebody an SOB, somebody in what should be a close relationship, using the B word in your relationship. Gosh, I had this couple I was kind of trying to help. They were friends, and then we found out they had some of these issues, so they weren't my clients. But she said, I just need you to hear this, and pulled out her phone, and she had recorded her husband talking to her, and got her behind a closed door, and was just, I can't believe you. What kind of a lousy piece of shit. He's talking like that. That tone of voice is contempt. And he's doing a really good abuser, smart moment, getting her behind a closed door so the kids can't hear it, and he's trying to hide that this is what he's like. And it was endemic to the relationship. They wound up getting divorced within a year of me hearing that. And I just had no idea. And she finally started speaking about it, started to realize how bad it was, and contempt frequently, not always, but frequently is a precursor to abuse. And he had physically pushed her around a little bit, and I told her, look, you're going to get beat up in the next year or two. It's going to happen. And if you're okay with being beat up periodically, but you stay together for the kids, then I think you keep going. And she wasn't up for that, which I was glad to hear. Any other questions? Yes? So what do you do when it really is, we're coming from just 2 different places and we both hold it? I'm assuming this is a core value. We're not talking about where we go to eat. Yeah? Okay, so core value. Let's say, that it's, well, I don't know if is there anything that you can speak out loud or? Don't, if you're not comfortable, don't. Sure, okay. Yeah. Now, what do we do when we come to just flat out loggerheads and I want to soften? I still can get into my partner's world by truly understanding what it is about that they buy into. I may disagree from the word go, but I want to know truly what's going on. There's something happening here. My wife and I were like this when we first got married. I'd been spanked growing up. I was abused growing up. I hadn't even framed it like that too much at that point. And initially was committed to the idea that we'd spank once in a while, and then wasn't. I bruised my son at the age of 2 years old and was like, that is it, I'm done. And that ended spanking for me. But prior to that, that would have been a place, I can't remember how far apart we were on that issue, but the idea that she would, for her to dig in and just say, honey, what's going on? And help to understand how I was raised and hear that and feel like, oh, wow, it feels like it worked for you, okay? Now, once I felt heard and I can now listen and hear her side of things, and she's going to be telling me, I don't see how that is helpful. Maybe we can do some research together on this to figure out, is this indeed a parenting strategy that's going to get us where we want to go? So it still applies, understanding and getting in their world and softening even though we still have something we've got to work out. Those do get ticklish, not trying to put a full smiley face on it, but they're workable. Now, faith differences can be huge. Political differences, Republican versus Democrat. And some of those you wind up you just don't talk about a whole lot, and then when you do, you go ahead and have an argument. Okay. Or you get to a place where you soften and hear and don't have resolution, but understanding. Other questions? Yes? Does trauma affect what you see as important or not important? Yeah. Trauma affects everything. Trauma makes things that really are not important seem scary and dangerous. So, trauma, if I've been sexually abused and every time, before it happens, some, stepfather touches my shoulder, I become programmed that every time somebody touches me, I'm 10 minutes away from being sexually abused. Wow. It's not important that somebody touches my shoulder, but I'm flipping out. So it's a game changer. And that has to be rewired. That's about neural pairings where touch becomes sexualized. It's an improper, incorrect neural pairing, and I have to rewire that. I can't tear it apart, that's brain damage, but I have to have new pairings that help me understand that touch is okay. Now, that's not what you were speaking about, but trauma does that kind of stuff to these things. One of the important things, so listening to this gentleman earlier talk about the ACEs, is if I can help somebody who has a high ACEs score, I have a 7, it's partly why I'm in this field, if I can help that person see how their brain is actually lying to them, like I truly had to do that. I got engaged to my wife 3 times because I'd panic and back out every time, and she was wonderful. I shouldn't have done that. But I needed to get to where that was safe so that this neural pairing of to be close to a female was going to hurt. That's what I learned from a very, very early age. I had to learn that's lying to me so that I could push through and get to where I'm functioning at a higher level and can try and work at it like this. That's a different level of work. I got to do the trauma work first so I can have a functional relationship. Any other questions? Fantastic. I think that's about our time. Appreciate hanging out with you. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
that random connection. She's the best. Sister at the time, not anymore. So her, when she first came out, we were not but we lived in
You ready to go full house lights? Because apparently she's a wanderer. Like, she
It threw me off too when he said that. Like, let me just double check the hall.
Podium, I can't. There's just no way. So I'm excited. My name is Allison Rencher, and I am excited to be here. A little bit about me. I am a marriage and family therapist. I'm a marriage and family therapist, and I've been doing this for about 15 years. And most of the time, I'm just meeting with clients. And so to tell you, I came last year to present at this conference and enjoyed it, at least according to my memory. And I told my mom, I'm like, Mom, I'm presenting at that conference again. And she said, the one where you didn't sleep for a week beforehand and you cried every night? Why are you doing this? And I'm like, I don't remember that. I don't remember crying about preparing to present at this conference. But apparently it was super traumatic for me. So I'm back this year, having a different experience. I've not cried about it once. And I'm just excited to be here. I woke up today and I get to go do something fun. I came back to the conference because I love this. So I hope that you guys are willing to interact with me today, because that's what I love about doing this, is I love what I do. I love being a therapist. I love helping people, and I love teaching other people about what I do. So at any point during the presentation today, if you have a question, raise your hand. I promise you, you're not gonna disrupt my flow. I have no PowerPoint because just not my jam. So we're gonna do what is my jam, which is to interact and to create experiences. Because as a therapist, and a little history with me. So I worked for 10 years at a residential treatment center for teenage girls and their families. And that was, so I've done a ton of teenage girls. And then I worked for 2 years with teenage boys. So I got to know the male population of teenagers. And now I do outpatient therapy, so I have the whole spectrum. So I loved all of the different presentations today because I can apply it to everything that I do. And I can see the flow as you went through. So I don't think very many of us have been through all 4 of the presentations today. But this morning we talked about like trauma and early childhood trauma and how that can impact us. And then we had a great presentation about working with young kids and shaping positive behavior with them and really reinforcing the positive. And then we heard from Ken about relationships, and a lot of those principles applied both to marriages but also to teenagers. So in my mind today, I really wanted to focus on, because that's my specialty, is kind of teenagers and up. But there's a lot that applies. Like I loved what and I can't remember her name right now, but she talked about the early childhood stuff. I loved what she talked about because with teenagers, you still need to be doing that shaping and that scaffolding because there's a lot of teenagers, especially if they have ADHD or any kind of atypical neural development, they need that same thing all the way through their teenage years. And I see it in my office all the time. Like the parents come in and they're just like, they throw their hands up. And I love being able to bring parents into counseling with the teenagers because in order to really help a teenager, you've really got to help their parents as well. So many principles today really kind of built on each other. So today, my goal is to have you guys get up and doing something different and kind of exploring this. So if you will, put your pencils down. I want you to jump up, and in the aisles and around the center, not the far side, but the inner aisles, there are lots of different emotion words. I want you to go find one that speaks to you and stand on it. This is something that I would do often. I did a lot of group therapies and a lot of family group therapy, and this was a great way for people to kind of get moving, because if you want people to experience something different, they need to be up experiencing it. We don't learn anything new if we're, well, that's not quite true, but in therapy. You can share the dots. You can share the dots. Just a word that speaks to you, right? If it can apply to you, or maybe it's something that your family's experiencing, it doesn't really matter. You can just find one and stand on it that means something to you. Okay, so is there anyone who's standing near or around Brave? Brave is over there. Who's standing there? Oh, is anyone standing by Brave? You're standing by Brave? Okay. Well, I only ask because I'm like, so I just want somebody to shout out what they're standing on and why. Why are they standing on it and why? What was that? Well, like, is anyone standing on sexy? Okay, tell us why you're standing on sexy.
It's over here if you'd like to join. Mostly I chose it because I just want to see what you do with it.
Well, excellent. Why are you standing on sexy?
I just thought it sounded interesting.
It was interesting. It spoke to you,
Yeah.
right? But I'm like, but when you're dealing with teenagers, being able to kind of push, like, because there's things that we get into this groove of, I can't talk about that. That's not okay to talk about. Like yesterday, I met with a family, and I instantly, the second that we started, I said, okay, let's talk about how your drug use relates to that feeling of I'm being bad. And the whole family, their face just went like, and I'm like, what? What did I do? And they're like, well, you asked a question. That was just really rough right out of the gate. And mom immediately, you want to guess what mom did? Daughter answered the question reluctantly. Do you want to guess what mom did? Mom's immediate reaction was, and mind you, this is after months of mom telling me how concerned she is about her daughter's drug use. Mom says, well, you know, that's pretty normal. I drink, her dad drinks, we all drink, it's pretty normal. And I looked at her, and the other sister is like, Mom, why are you rescuing her? Like, you just totally rescued her. So it's like you start to see this process happening where it's like, it's not okay for us to talk about drug use with this daughter, even though my mom's really concerned about it. So sexy's a great option because it's like, right? Like, do we talk about sex? Do we have that uncomfortable conversation? Or do we have rules around what we can and can't talk about with our teenagers? Because if we're not talking with them, somebody else is. So anyway, thank you for sexy. Okay, anybody else want to shout out what they're standing on? Anxiety. So why? Tell us why. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And more, it seems like there's more and more anxiety. And recently I had someone say something to me that just resonated with me because I feel myself doing that all the time. Like, I get anxious about a ton of stuff. And it's something that I'm like, I'm a therapist, and then I'm like, why am I anxious? Why am I struggling with this? I should know better. And I say that to myself all the time. But this anxiety piece, the thing that resonated with me is this man said to me, we need to be comfortable with uncertainty. Anxiety is all about making something certain, something uncertain, certain. And I'm like, and that totally resonated with me because how often am I running around trying to control something because I want it to be certain? Anyway, so thank you for sharing about the anxiety because there's a lot of things that we're all experiencing with anxiety. Yeah. Yes. Okay, excellent. Okay, so can I play with you for a second? Okay, so irritated, right? Like we've all experienced that emotion. So what else are you feeling besides irritated? So things are getting out of crazy. What else is it? Okay. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Are any of you familiar with the concept of primary and secondary emotions? Okay. So with the ones that you just gave me, well, and define it for the rest of us. What's a primary versus secondary emotion?
So primary emotions are what we're actually feeling, and then secondary emotions are often what comes out in what we experience. And usually they come out because we know what to do with those. They're more comfortable, more familiar. Anger is an example of a secondary emotion. It's really hard for me to feel hurt or maybe overwhelmed, but it's hard for me to feel those things in a position of movement. But being angry, that's really easy. It's easy and it's comfortable, and I don't have to look inward for those secondary emotions. I can project onto something outside.
I love that. And you said so many things that were so great about that because secondary emotions are the easy ones typically for us to experience, and we usually project them onto other people. Do we have a better definition of a teenager? Right there, right? Like, it's like, here's my emotion and I'm projecting it onto you. Like, there's this girl, she's really annoying in my class. She always talks and she only talks about herself and she talks really fast and I find her really annoying. And I'm like, are you talking about you? Because that just, anyway. So yeah, so secondary emotions are the easy ones. The primary emotions are harder to identify, like the fear and the hurt. And the, Inside Out from Disney, like those are the primary ones. And so with the being irritated, yeah, okay. So if you're irritable is kind of or irritated, is the secondary. What's the primary for you right now? Yeah, or a couple, right? Most of the time, they often boil down to similar ones, right? So primaries are often shame, and there's a lot of debate. I don't know, Ken, if you find this, but there's a lot of debate about primaries. But what I typically see is shame, fear, pain, or hurt in some way. And disgust is an interesting one that I've kind of played around with, but I don't know if I have it in the first or not. But anyway, so those are... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I appreciate you modeling and being vulnerable with all of that and being really overwhelmed. So, and that makes sense. And so it's like, right, we've got our initial and then we've got the secondary that we start to experience. And the reason that I'm doing this, right, is because when you're dealing with teenagers and they're projecting all the stuff onto everything else, and even in relationships, it's a lot easier for me to yell at you for for slamming the cupboard door than it is for me to say, you hurt me. You hurt me when you, whatever you did. And And so it's easier to be mad than to be vulnerable. So thank you for sharing and illustrating that for us. And with teenagers, it's super important because oftentimes teenagers don't even know how to identify the emotion that they're feeling. So that's one of the reasons why I love this. Okay. All right, anybody else really want to share where they're at? Awesome. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for ending on a positive note. So if everyone can go back to their seats, so thank you. So this, what I just had you do is called a floor check, and my experience, and other people might have come up with this, but in my experience, the floor check, I got the idea from Tion Dayton is her name, and she's a very experiential type therapist, and you can find some of her stuff on YouTube, so she's kind of fun. So Tion Dayton is her name, and she does these floor checks. So here's a couple of questions, you guys. Did you guys notice anything that I did when we were doing that might have helped, I don't know, make it easier for people to open up? This is where I'm totally being vulnerable, right? I'm being the therapist, having you criticize me as the therapist. Or not criticize, but critique and evaluate what I'm doing. Yeah. Excellent. Yes, absolutely. Now I'm going to be really self-conscious of the fact that I'm doing it. But yes, like being able to validate. So you guys define for me validation. We talk about it all the time in all of the different things that says validate, validate, validate. What does it mean? How do we do it? Okay, so how do you communicate that people are feeling heard? Yes, I love that, because what you just said is like, okay, I communicate that I've heard what you've said, I might restate it, I might not, there's lots of different ways of doing, but one of the key points there, especially for parents that I see in my office, is that you can validate and not agree with what they're saying, right? Whether you agree or not, you can validate what someone's saying. And that's a principle that when I'm dealing with parents and kids in my office, they're like, well, no, I can't validate that. I don't agree with it. It's not okay what they did. I'm like, well, I'm not asking you to agree with what they're saying. I'm asking you to validate their experience and really dig for their emotion. When we, and with your teacher, right, I'm digging and I'm like, what's really going on? Like, what's underneath that? Like, people have got to be able to know that they're going to be validated and heard and accepted for what they're feeling, even if they're uncomfortable with it. They need that experience. Okay, yeah.
How do you validate feelings without validating actual
behavior? Okay, so I'm trying to think of an example so that I can be really concrete with it. Yeah. Say that again. Self-harm. Actually, that's where my brain went. We're on the same page. This is awesome. Because I just had a situation where one of my clients was self-harming, and her mom came in freaking out. Like, this is the first time this had happened. She's like, I've been calling hospitals, and I'm like, well, okay, let's back it up a little bit. Because, I think that most of us know that self-harm is not necessarily a suicidal gesture. That's changed in the last decade or so, probably more than that. Let's be honest, I'm not an academic. So that's a great example. So in that case, where it's like, I don't agree with the behavior, it's not a great behavior, I don't want to reinforce the behavior, but I can validate it by asking, what was going on? How are you feeling? Like, what were you thinking about? Like, sometimes I even asked it at work, because a lot of people are like, well, it helped me get out of my head, and I'm like, did it work? Like, even just asking that and being curious about the experience, it allows them to feel heard about it without me saying, well, good job, that was a good idea. It was like, well, and you can, and there are often times where I do say, well, I wish that you wouldn't do that. I understand why you did, right? So it's like I start kind of saying, well, here's the person, I'm validating them, I'm telling them how, I'm listening to their emotions, I'm asking them questions, I'm being curious about it, and I can also say, and I wish you wouldn't. So I can, does that make sense? Does that answer the question? Because even when, it was actually, strangely enough, this same client, her mom took her away her phone. And I totally approve of mom's action because there's some stuff going on that the phone is only making things worse. And so when I said, yeah, it sucks that your mom took away your phone. That's really frustrating. I'm sure you really want to be in contact with your friends. All of your other friends have the cell phone, so I can really get into that emotion. And then I said, and I'm sorry, but I kind of agree with your mom. But I'm like, but I understand that it's really hard, right? So it's like I can very much make that clear when I'm talking to them. But teenagers, that's super important because we know, I think it was the very first presentation today, he talked about the different, Erik Erikson's developmental stages. Thank you. I'm like, it's only been 20 years since I've been in a classroom. But when you're a teenager, you want the acknowledgement that you're creating some independence and that you've got that you're a unique person, and parents can do a lot to help with that by just really listening and being curious to the experience. Oftentimes, parents, teenagers especially, are parenting out of fear. I'm so scared that my kid's not going to make it to be the functional adult that I want them to be. They're choosing things that I don't agree with. I'm worried about their safety, all these different things, and they start parenting out of fear. And usually when parents are parenting out of fear, it doesn't go well. So, okay. All right, other questions at this point? Okay, so we talked about validation. We talked about being curious. I loved that Ken talked about making time for that relationship. One of my favorite models that I use with my clients is something called PACE, and this is Daniel A. Hughes, his model, and he worked a lot with foster kids and adoption, and so a lot of it I use with a lot of my attachment kids, but it also works really well with any relationship. So the acronym for PACE, I'm going to give it to you, and then we're going to talk more detail really quickly. So P stands for playful. A stands for acceptance. C is curiosity, being curious. And E, I always get, let's see, E is empathy. That was easy. It's the A I usually get mixed up, but I remembered it today. So we've got P is playful, A is acceptance, C is curious, and E is empathy. And so those are the different skills that I'll often talk with my parents about developing. And Ken talked about making sure you have that time. And then this morning when we were talking about how to work with little kids, making it playful, right? Really reinforcing the positive things that are going on. But being curious and accepting are the two that are sometimes the most difficult for parents with dealing with teenagers. And that can definitely be challenging, because especially if they're choosing things that you may not want them choosing. So that curiosity and acceptance piece. And then the empathy, all of those kind of go into building that relationship. So we're going to practice this, okay? So curiosity and acceptance and validation is what we're going to practice. So if everyone put their pens down or whatever and jump up, and this time you're going to go to the outside of the room. And there are pictures on the floor. And again, I want you to find a picture that resonates with you. And then, so find a picture. There's lots. There's I don't know. I think there's at least 60. But they're fun. They're some of my favorite. This is one of my favorite tools to use with kids and teenagers, because these cards can really help them. These cards can really help them to learn what emotions feel like. One of the coolest things that I learned a while back, I'm just going to keep talking while you guys look for pictures, but one of the coolest things that I learned is that our first language is images. We don't speak when we're born, but we do see images. And so images and using imagery and art and sand tray and all these different modalities to help teenagers is really useful because there's a lot of stuff that's happened to us that we don't have words for, and emotions is one of those things. Okay, so once you find a card that spoke to you, I want you to find someone who is around you, okay? Someone who is nearby. You might have to pick your card up if your card is a little bit farther away from somebody else, but like slide your card over just so that you can be next to somebody. But I want you to, just for a minute, I want you to pretend like you're the therapist. That's probably easier than pretending that you're the parent. But I want you to pretend that you are the really good friend or the counselor or whatever, and I want you to ask them about what they liked about their picture. If you want to, you can pick the picture up off the ground. I don't care how you do it, but for a second, I want you to just ask questions. What did they like about it? And I want you to listen and validate and be curious about it, right? Because this is what we do with kids and our relationships. Okay, I'm gonna give you a minute. Well, let's see. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds each. So pair up, if you will, but 30 seconds each. So be quick about it. And then it won't be, okay. Okay, go. All right, if you would swap and switch and have somebody else. Did we not give you enough time? All right. I'll give you 10 more seconds for you to say your final words to your card buddy. All right. Okay. So standing where you are for right now, tell me what that experience was like. Easy, not easy? It was fine? Okay. Did anybody have, did anyone share the same picture? Okay, so so there's a couple of people over here, like couple groups, but you had the same picture. What was your experience asking about the picture?
So ours, I'll kind of like a picture of a ship like lost at sea, and we were just kind of talking about how like in life right now it's
Yeah. Excellent. Nice. Well, that's awesome, right? So you saw this picture and it's like, and it felt like you feel in your life, and then you found somebody who can relate with that, and it's like, hey, I don't feel quite so alone. And that really goes back to so many of the presentations today. We're wired for connection, you guys. We need it. I know you know this. You guys are like in the middle of learning about all of this, but we need it. We need to know that we're not alone, and our phones are not making that easier on us, for sure. Thank you. Anybody else have the experience of sharing the same picture with somebody? Yeah, over here. Tell us your experience. Yeah? Awesome. Excellent. I love that. Thank you. So again, a moment of connection, right? Okay. Any other experiences? Was it easy to ask the questions and to validate and to be curious about it? Yeah.
I noticed that when I had something to be curious about, it was much easier to keep a conversation going.
Okay. I love that. So it's like, oh, I can keep a conversation if there's something to be curious about. So a lot of my clients struggling with social anxiety, it's like, that's one of the things you can say, be interested. Go in and ask questions about the other person. So I love that. Did anyone experience that when they got curious about it, that the other person saw something different in the picture than they did? Did anyone have that experience? Yeah? What did tell us about that?
Yeah, so our picture is like someone holding onto a rope.
Okay.
So it was interesting, the interpretation where I was like, are we like climbing, or like, but we're also like holding on, like seeing it from two different perspectives, like the same picture, but still having the same overall experience with the picture, just interpreting it slightly different.
Yeah. Right? So it's like, it's the same picture. It's a picture of some hands holding onto a rope. One of you saw it as climbing up, and the other one saw it as kind of holding on, right? So it was like, but a slight different, same picture. How did you discover that?
Well, I went first, and I just was talking about how like the hands are like clearly straining to hold onto the rope, and like the rope is unraveling and snapping, like the individual strands are breaking, and like how it's hard to just hold on and keep the same strength holding on, knowing that the rope is unraveling. And then with Chimix, it was like they were still climbing, whereas in my mind they were like stationary, just trying to like hold on.
Yeah, just trying to hold on. Awesome. And if you hadn't taken the time to ask the questions, you might have assumed that you saw the same thing. And so for me, this is one of the reasons why it's so important to be curious, because I can go in and think I know exactly what's going on with somebody, and a parent can go in thinking that they know exactly what's going on with their kid. But unless they're curious, they're never really going to know. Okay, so thank you. If you feel free to drop your cards and come back to your seats. My goal was also to keep you awake. I don't know if you noticed that, but I'm like, no falling asleep after lunch. Okay. Any questions, any other things that you noticed about that experience that we didn't talk about? Well, let me ask you this question. How is it different the first time we had a floor check that had words, and the second was about the pictures? How was that different? Yeah. Okay. Love that, right? So it's like the word, and I'm going to take that and twist it into my own words. It's like, what I'm hearing is that the word check was like a cognitive, intellectual kind of exercise. When it became something that was more visual, it allowed for more depth. because it could have been about the emotion, but it could have been about a memory, right? It could have been, and so it really deepens the experience when you add the visual to it. Thank you. Any other thoughts? Yeah.
I think that when you look at a word, it kind of puts the emotion into some categories of speech box. But when you look at the emote or the picture, it kind of like extended it so you could see it like allowed for more different emotions that you could be feeling at the same time, and it wasn't like confining it to a box, like one word. It was kind of allowing it to just be more, be what it is.
Yeah, I love that because it's so true, right? Because it's like, here's this one word, it means this one thing. We define it this way. But the picture allowed it to be many things. And when you're dealing with teenagers and humans, we're way more complex than just the box. Because like I do a lot of sand tray therapy, which is more of a play therapy kind of thing, but I have this room full of like thousands, it's probably got tens of thousands of different little items in it that my clients are able to pull off. And they'll pull off something. I'm trying to think of a situation recently where I had someone pull something off. And well, I had this, I don't even know how old it was, 12 or 13. And he put this glass pyramid in the middle of the sand tray, and then he had these leopards that were circling the pyramid. And in my mind, I instantly was like, whoa. He's feeling like, so I'm interpreting it, right? I'm like, oh, he's totally feeling like he's being stalked by leopards, and it's like, and he's really scared, and what's he gonna do? Like, there's something in his life that he's scared of. That was my initial reaction, right? And when I asked him about it, those leopards are protecting him. They're strong. They were protecting him. They were friendly to him. They were not scary or intimidating at all, but to me, because I came it from my experience, I interpreted it one way, and he interpreted it another. So thank you for pointing that out, because I love that about the visual and the words. Any other things that you notice about that? Okay. So then one of the other things, and one of the reasons why I work so much with parents, is because there's often a lot of dynamics that happen. I'm a huge, like, between parents and child, like, it's more complex than just the kid. And I think that you guys probably understand that. But if you will, have any of you ever seen this before? Okay. Okay. So is that sorry. I'm like, Brad being here is really throwing me off. Because I'm pretty sure Brad's seen this before. No, it's a great big rubber band. It's the best thing ever. Okay. So I need 3 volunteers. Okay, I got 2 right here. I need 1 more. Yep, please come. Okay. All right, you guys. So that people can see, if you will, let's come up here, just so that you can see. So again, I think I brought this up at the beginning, that for me, getting up and doing something helps my clients to experience it in a different way. Okay. So I want them to, because there is the mind-body connection, and more that's more and more important in therapy, is that mind-body connection. And being able to sit with uncertainty, being able to sit with hard and uncomfortable emotions, being able to really cope with those in healthy ways is one of the things I'm dealing with all the time. So I'm testing the rubber band to make sure that it's still a sound rubber band. So if you will, I want you guys to each grab that rubber band. And I want you to pull back. I'm going to get off. So, okay, pull back. This is an experience in trust, right? Okay, so we're going to pretend like I've got, this is my family that I have in therapy. I've got my teenage daughter and her 2 moms. So here we are. So, okay, so one of the reasons I use this is because it can illustrate the dynamics that happen. So I want you guys to put yourself into this situation. And for a second, I'm actually going to have you let go. So step forward and really nicely. Thank you. My teenage boys just let it go and hope that it hurts somebody. I'm like, thank you. Okay, so this rubber band is going to represent tension that we might be feeling, right? So if you're having conflict with someone, they're now fighting with each other, okay? How does it feel? I want you guys to tell me what it feels like in your body to be holding the rubber band right now. Okay. Okay. Exactly, right? So it's like I'm leaning back, I'm leaning away, which Ken was talking about in his presentation about turning towards, right? But there's this conflict. So, like, how long do you think you guys can hold this? Yeah, right now it's okay, right? It's not a big deal, right? Like 10 minutes from now, you might be saying something different, maybe. Okay, so in human relationships, you guys, when we start having conflict with someone, what's our natural inclination? What do we want to do? Get away. Right? So we want to get away. Any other things that we want to do? And when we get away, what do we typically do? Yeah.
Stonewall, just kind of like avoid them.
Yeah, we stonewall, we avoid them, we're done, right? So it's like, does the tension go away? Like if I told them to walk away, can they let go of the rubber band and just walk away? No, the tension's still there because the relationship's still there. So what do we do next? If once I walk away, what do you do? Anybody know? Yeah, because we don't like to sit with uncomfortable, right? It goes back to what we were saying before, that we're trying to make uncertain things certain. So it's like I'm going to distract, I'm going to avoid, because I don't like feeling this way. Yeah. Okay, confrontation, that takes a lot more, right, like courage and bravery to be like, yeah, I'm going to actually talk to this person, and that's the healthy version. Most of my clients don't do that. So, and I honestly don't. If I can avoid it, I'm going to avoid conflict. Okay, so how are you guys doing? You're good? Okay, they're doing great. They don't need any help, right? Okay, so, but our natural inclination, how many of you guys have heard or learned about triangles in your classes? Triangulation, yeah. You guys have heard about that? Okay, so what happens? You bring a third person in. Okay, so, and with a lot of my teenagers, it's what? It's who? The parents are having a disagreement. Who do they bring in? They bring themselves in? They're like, say that, sorry, explain that to me.
Well, I think that teenagers could and do see that as a way to try to wedge between their parents so that then they have more control, and well, at least more perceived control to be able to get what they want and or if they
Yes, that is true. So what I'm hearing is that sometimes teenagers can use parental conflict to manipulate. Yeah, yep. That is a true statement. I have clients, yes. I had one client that he was in counseling because of just these horrible blowout fights with his dad. And you know, secondary to that was his drug addiction. And we discovered that he would pick fights with his dad so that he could get mad at his dad so he could justify going to use. Because so then it was his dad's fault that he was an addict. It wasn't his, it was his dad's fault. But when he got down to it, it's like, oh yeah, I'm picking fights with my dad. I know exactly what to do. So, thank you. So, in conflict, the easiest way is to bring a third person. Okay, so if you will, come grab the rubber band, and you guys stay the same. And what do you notice? How does that change things? Yeah, the tension it feels a little bit different, right? There's still tension, but it feels a little different. Okay, so when I'm dealing with teenagers and their parents, usually I see revolving triangles. And so to illustrate that, okay, so you're going to be our daughter here. So parents are having a fight, and mom then reaches out to the daughter. And so if you will, move closer to her. I want you guys to notice how this changes and how it feels. So what do you notice? Okay, so you feel tension. How do you feel? You don't feel it at all, right? So suddenly it's like, so I'm working with clients, they're experiencing this. They're like, wait, I'm not feeling anything anymore. This is great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, I love. So an example that I've often used is I was working with a girl who had a pretty severe eating disorder. And no matter what we did, we could not get it to kind of shift and until we started looking at this. And what happened is that parents, mom and dad, had a horrible, horrible conflictual divorce. And so there was a lot of tension here. And mom, because she doesn't like to sit with it, would talk to the daughter about dad. Your dad, he didn't send the child support again, he doesn't care about you. So it was like pulling her into this, to this alliance with her. And it felt great for them, right? It felt great for mom because she no longer had the tension. But then dad, guess what dad starts to feel? He feels what? He feels all the tension, right? And he's like, well, this is miserable, I hate it. So then he says, hey, let's go shopping. So come over here. And so now we've started the revolving triangles. So now how does it feel? It feels a lot better, right? Like, they're like, we should be doing this all the time. This is the best way to do it, right? So then it's like, so then people are ping-ponging. And teenagers are really good because then they can figure out that they can do this, right? They can manipulate it and they can actually make it happen. Okay, it make sense? Any questions about this? Yeah. That one is it's an excellent question, and that one's a hard one, especially if the kids are little. If the kids are little, then my job is to be getting after the parents consistently that is completely inappropriate and they shouldn't be doing that. And I just repeat it over and over again until like hoping that the parents will listen. Sometimes they don't. By the time the kid's a teenager, you can start having them set boundaries, because boundaries is the answer to this. And these triangles happen everywhere, you guys. And triangles aren't necessarily bad, but inadvertent, unaware triangles are where we get into trouble. Because if I know that I have a conflict with somebody and I go talk to my friend about it, and I know that that's going to diffuse the tension and it's a one-time thing and it's no big deal and it's not going to change my friend's relationship with that person, then that might be an okay triangle if I know that I'm doing it. But the perpetual ones are the ones, especially in families, that are really, really, really toxic, and it could be at work. This happens at work and it's not good, right? The boss comes down with a new rule and the employees all get together and talk about the horrible, awful boss and how dare she, and she's the worst person ever, and the whole system starts to get really sick. So looking at this, you guys, if we needed to get the daughter out of it, what would we have her do? Any thoughts? Like, what would you have her do? What would you have her say? Yeah.
Well, there's the option where she could just let go, but that's not exactly healthy either.
Cutting off? No. Yeah.
Or we could tell her try and stay, like, not get in the middle of it and not try and pick sides.
Yeah. And so that's the way that I typically do that is I'm like, okay, so because there typically is an invitation to participate in the triangle, right? There's like a you won't believe it, right? And some of us just love the drama and we can't let go and we have to go after it. But the thing that I start teaching my teenage clients to say is like, that's not for me to know or for me to talk to you about. You need to talk to mom about that. And I'm just like, you're a broken record. You say that over and over and over again to your dad, or to your mom. You're just like, nope, I don't want to hear that. You need to talk to mom about that. But it takes a really in tune teenager to know when they're being triangulated. Yeah. Yeah.
And so it's like it was very difficult to get to that point where it was like, stop, like you would go
Yeah.
So it's like, that's one thing, it's like, yeah, the option is letting go, but then you're cutting off your parents. And
Yeah.
that's just like, oh, we're my parents, and they're loving them away. And then there's the other part where it's like you're saying, like, you tell them no, but what if you just go?
Yeah. Well, and so when you talk about the cutoff, right, both of you mentioned the cutoff, dropping the triangle is not cutting off, right? Like me getting out of the parent drama, that's not saying I don't want a relationship with you, because one of the things I talk about with my clients is that the opposite of love is boundaries. They're the opposite side of the same coin. They're not separate. Love without boundaries is not healthy, and boundaries with no love is not healthy. So there's, in a relationship, it's right you have to have the love and the boundaries. So in this situation, right, like in what you're describing, I would say, Mom, I love you, I care a lot about you, I want to be there for you, but I can't hear about Dad. Can't do this. Like, this is hurting me because my dad is my dad and he's a part of me, so please stop. Right, like, and so it's like, here's my love, I love you, and here's my boundary. And being able to kind of offer that at the same time. And that's something that I talk a lot with the parents about, because there needs to be the love and the boundary. Because a lot teenagers want no boundaries. They just want love, and that's not healthy. Does that make sense? The love and the boundaries, and it's like, and if they don't listen, that's when it's like, okay, I'm gonna hang up on you. I love you and I wanna talk to you, but every time you start in on Dad, I'm gonna hang up on you, and I'll talk to you another day. Right? Like, unfortunately, sometimes it is the adults, the adult children teaching the parents and holding those boundaries. And it takes a lot of courage to do that. But it's also the and. I love you and I can't hear this. I love you and you need to talk to Mom about that conflict. At work, it's the same thing. I really care about you. I want to be your friend. And I can't talk about the boss like that because I'm getting more and more miserable in my job. And I can't do that. Does that make sense? How to get out of the triangles? Because that's the thing that has worked best for me, is just to say, you need to go talk to that person about it. If you're mad at Dad, you need to talk to him. If you're mad at Dad, then you need to go talk to your therapist if it doesn't work to talk to Dad. I can't do this because I love Dad. Okay, all right, you guys. So how are you feeling? You're good? Life is good, okay. I love the rubber band because if I have clients do this, suddenly they start to see what they're doing to their kids. And they're like, I don't want to do this anymore. So, okay, thank you. I appreciate you being willing to, just drop it. Okay, all right, you guys, it is time for me to end. It's actually 2 minutes past. So any quick questions, or anyway, thank you. We'll just end there, no questions. And you can come up and ask me if you have any questions.